I have a question for the YouTube folks. If you're a YouTube enjoyer, I have a question for you. I cannot change the thumbnail to like a natural thumbnail of the stream again. If anybody knows how to do that, give me a call. Like, I can change it to some other designed thumbnail, but we don't have a designed thumbnail for the World Cup stuff. I would love to just change it to, like, the not Malia thing, but just something, like, natural and normal. You know, like, just a basic shot from the stream, but I don't know how to do that. Dude just said take a screenshot and use that. He's a genius! Let me do that. Let me do that. I'm gonna take a screenshot. I'm just gonna take a screenshot. Just give me a second. Happy Friday, brothers! Happy Friday! You made it to the end of the week. Well done, everybody. Well done. The screenshot blinked. What can I say? All right, now what I'm going to do, now that I've opened the stream, I'm going to take a screenshot of my stream and then post that as the thumbnail for YouTube. This is science. This is science, chat. Science! This is science! Downloads, boom. You ready, YouTube? You're not ready. Dude, I literally I told my editors to do it yesterday, they like didn't see it or something. Right. Who's what? Gadget, are you here? Elisac, are you here? They literally changed it. They literally changed it while I was doing that. They the YouTube editors literally changed it while I was doing that. They wouldn't change the thumbnail. They just like went in and changed it. Like, look at it now, chat. Now it's the the World Cup 100 years from now thumbnail that we talked about before. They literally changed it as I was talking about it. Hey, that works, chat. Welcome to the World Cup in 21-26. I hope you guys are... Oh, got a little too close to the face there. Hope you guys are having a good one. I'm looking particularly loud today, I think. I'm going to turn this down a little bit. Something like, right, like turn it down to there, maybe? Maybe like up 2 more? Okay. They're coming in a little loud on a yo! Oh, yeah, coming in a little loud. Okay, that's going to be perfectly fine. I think I'm cool with that. Thank you guys so much for the subs. DJ, thank you for the 5 months. KTD, thank you for the 13 months. Shout out to the Zealand Live editors for absolutely swooping in with a sick thumbnail. Hope you guys are enjoying the thumbnail over there on YouTube now that it is bespoke. A completely bespoke thumbnail. Oh! I just dislocated my shoulder. We're good. How many of you guys were here yesterday? I know the stream just started, but how many of you guys were here yesterday? If you were here yesterday, looks like a good number of you. If you were here yesterday, who is your favorite for the tournament, chat? While I get it pulled up and get everything set up for today. Who is your favorite who is your favorite for the tournament? Who's your favorite for the tournament, chat?
Please tell me we are talking about Tottenham before we start.
I mean, the thing is, the whole Tottenham game happened during the stream yesterday, but it's like, yeah, Tottenham is terrible. This is common knowledge. Brazil, England. I mean, that's just home cooking right there. England did not show the same level. England barely beat Tanzania in the group stages. Chanter, thank you for the 9 months. Congrats on your Twitch child. What is there to be said about Tottenham, though? Estonia all the way. Ecuador, Angola for sure. Scotland, Portuguese, haram ball. Portugal nearly got eliminated in the group stage, which is hard to do at this World Cup, dude. It is hard to almost get eliminated in the group stage.
Go Angola.
I should have just done all of them. I don't know why I didn't just do all of them. What a goofy mistake I made there. I could just go ahead and do attend all of the matches, all the number 2 matches here. South Korea, Estonia, World Cup knockouts in 21-26. Chat, hell yeah. Paraguay best in the world. It's Tottenham, man. Let's talk about other stuff today. See, there we go. I'm actually just being considerate of Tottenham fans by not talking about Tottenham today. Tottenham's just not very good, man. They're hurt and they're not very good. Jamaica, Francisco, Jamaica got knocked out in the last match day. In the last 100 years, who is the most unusual winner of the World Cup? The most unusual winner of the World Cup was Tajikistan, for sure. It was Tajikistan. Objectively, Tottenham going down would be hilarious. I think anybody outside of a Tottenham fan would agree with that. Having a Big Six club just get relegated would be, I mean, everybody always goes, well, it's kind of possible, right? But then actually have that. The Atlantic City, yeah, Dancing in the Dark cover, Sama. I've seen that one. This World Cup again, I'm having fun with it, game. I've done these for years, dude. I've done these. I haven't done them in the YouTube streaming era, but we've done live sports watch-alongs for years. I have a great time with them. If you don't like them, that's fine. Malia's on Monday. You know? We'll be playing some Malia on Monday. We'll be right back to it. Have no fear. But I like it. Who is your favorite? My favorite what?
48 months if not for various BS. Did Scotland win one?
For the tournament. Oh, my favorite for the... Oh, it's got to be Brazil, chat. Oh, it's got to be Brazil. Brazil was out here axe murdering teams yesterday. Brazil was out here axe murdering teams yesterday. They were putting teams to the sword yesterday. They were destroying teams yesterday. Okay, that's just... I don't know what's worse. My favorite. Who's a team that I actually think is good enough to win it, that I think would be really entertaining to watch win it? South Korea. I think South Korea has the quality to actually win this World Cup, and I think it'd be really fun for them to actually win it. We have one Asian World Cup winner, is Saudi Arabia in 2046, but I think South Korea being the first East Asian World Cup winner, that would be a lot of fun. I think other teams that are really good, like Mexico is really, really good. Ecuador's already won 2 World Cups. They've got Spain in the first knockout round. That's literally the second match we have today. Tajikistan is in Asia. Dude, I literally forget that every time. You're right. 2 Asian champions. But we've not had an East Asian World Cup champion yet, which is pretty wild to think about that as a sentence. I think the funniest World Cup winner, like the least likely one, is Estonia. That team is just absolutely terrible. I have no idea how they've managed to make it this far. They were the last team in as a third place team. They were literally the last team in. I have no idea how they're here. I stopped asking questions a long time ago. Am I watching the World Baseball Classic? Yeah, I will. The U.S. plays Brazil tonight. Now that's a really nice, easy game for us to get started. Scotland in the knockouts is a bug. Should be fixed in the next patch. Nice. Attack, thank you for the 8 months, brother. I appreciate you. SMF call, thank you for the 27 months. Honda Jazz, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate the love. Would be 48 months if not for various BS. Did Scott, like 27 still pretty damn good, dude. Still pretty good. You got 3 Twitch children. That is nothing to sneeze at, all right? Did Scotland win one? No, Scotland did finish 3rd at a World Cup, though. They did finish 3rd. Bruce, thank you for the 70 months, Bruce. That's crazy. DJ, thank you for the 2 months. Bespoke viewing on the Zealand Sports Network. Very bespoke viewing experience on the Zealand Sports Network. Very bespoke. Let me finish this banana, and then we can head to the Zealand Sports Network today. Sing it, Tom. Has Italy won one? Yes, but only one. Only one in 100 years. Tottenham should lose their status as a Big Six club. I mean, that's more of a financial designation than anything else, chat. You can't be like, well, they're no longer a Big Six club. It's a financial designation. It's a general size of the club designation. It has nothing to do with their performance on the field. Just ask Manchester United. Has the U.S. gotten close? Yes, the U.S. lost a World Cup final to Saudi Arabia in 2046. Romania's come in second at least twice. Australia has not won one. No. Biggest disappointment of the last 100 years? Sweden and Norway are outside the top 80 in the world, but it's got to be Canada. Canada is now like 140th in the world and finished last in their qualifying group in CONCACAF. Canada has become so bad. England has won 3 in the last 100 years, but they've won the last 2. But I don't think their team is that good for this cycle. So, yeah, Canada is like actually terrible. They lost one gold medal game in hockey, and they were like, we're canceling all other sports. We got to play hockey. I think Germany only has one, chat. Didn't we look at this? I mean, we did look at it yesterday. Pretty sure Germany only has one. We did a whole rundown of this yesterday. They won in 2066. No. That we're hosting. They won the India World Cup in 2094, and that was it. Ecuador has two. It's pretty sweet. Iceland are still in. Chat, here are the knockouts. If you missed the first day of us getting through the group stages, then shame on you, but here's the knockout table. Angola and Uruguay, Ecuador and Spain, Italy, Chile, US, Ukraine, Mexico, South Africa, Romania, Scotland, England, Tunisia, Portugal, Paraguay, DR Congo, Argentina, Morocco, Japan, Senegal, Mali, Ivory Coast, great little West African tie there. Ivory Coast, Brazil is an incredible match. France, Jordan, Switzerland, Slovakia, South Korea, Estonia. Yes, Estonia. And Iceland, Belgium. How much detail are you using for the World Cup? This simulation has been done with a full detail level at the international level of the game for the entire sim. But we watch the matches, chat. If you've never been along for this ride before, we watch the matches. We throw it over to Clive Livingsworth. Yeah, they're nasty now? No, they're not. Estonia is the least talented team in these knockouts. Estonia and Jordan are the least talented teams in this knockout. For sure. Where's Switzerland? Right here, playing Slovakia, who knocked Germany out. You might notice that Germany didn't qualify for this World Cup. Neither did the Netherlands. How early did the U.S. leave the tournament? Not yet, baby. We lost our first match, but we're still alive. We're playing Ukraine. Yes, Tajikistan won a World Cup. 100% they did. Unfortunately, Oddity, we can't check things like did Macau get in? Did Bermuda get in? Because the game history is not great. So like if I go to Bermuda, right, I don't believe there's a way the way there used to be to like check, nation history. There's like no way to check if they've made the World Cup. There used to be. There was a beautiful little screen on the old Football Managers where you could check to see if they'd made the World Cup or something. But I haven't been able to find that screen in this game. I don't think it exists. I don't think it's real, dog. I don't think it's real. Milestones, maybe? Yeah, I mean, milestones, maybe. Maybe milestone, but there's no milestones page. Did you see it? I didn't see it. Will we watch the final as a full match? No, apparently I have not been able to change the match speed that we view on, even if I wanted to. Also, somebody else pointed out that by the time we get to 100 years from now, basically every team in the world will be in the World Cup. So the World Cup will be like 96 teams. Is this coming from a Malia save or is it a totally new one? Totally new one. So I started up a nice big database and simmed it forward 100 years on full detail level for international matches. And, that got us to 21-26. Officially, June 30th, 21-26, chat. I'm a professional kit creator who's currently competing in the Zealand comp, currently in the round of 64. I just want to say I love your vids in the past and didn't expect you to be doing a kit comp. Hope you picked my kit. Nice, dude. And that is true. While I finish eating this banana, chat, it's worth me. Dude, I need to find somebody. Hold on. Exclamation point kit in the chat. Thank you. The last 64 kits for UD Malia are running. If you guys have not voted in this already, I tagged the subsection of the Discord about it. It ends on March 7th. That means that it ends tomorrow. March 7th is tomorrow. Beautiful. Oh, no, this round ends on March 7th. I think the actual, the whole thing ends on Monday. I'm fairly certain. But if you have not voted in it yet, then you've let other people whittle things down for you. There are 64 potential Malia kits left. This is just a fun thing we're doing with the community. The winner of the kit competition will become Malia's kit in the game. We will then pick one other kit to balance out. The first kit that wins is the away or home kit or whatever after that. I don't know how the own competition. I mean, look, I do and I don't. I knew that we had the submission period and I knew we had the knockouts, and I know each round of the knockouts lasts one day. So every day you can get on to FIFA Kit Creator and, vote in the next round. I just don't know how many rounds there are. Objectively, I don't know how many rounds there are. I just don't know. It's the way the website works. There's 64 kits left. We had nearly 500 submitted, which was super, super cool. And then the Swiss style has narrowed it down to a knockout style. So it's literally a straight bracket. You just vote for one or the other. It's super cool. I've wanted to do this on this website for a long time. They hit me up a year ago hey, would you ever want to do a kit competition? And I was like, I didn't know websites like this existed. That's awesome. It's got a thing that ports the kit straight into Football Manager once you're done with it. So very cool. Thank you again to everybody that submitted, like my dog who just said so in the chat, and go through. And you got 32 different kit votes to put in to continue the knockout tournament. And we're going to get into the real nitty gritty of the kits next week, which is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. It is very, very cool. Just a fun little thing we're doing with the... You know what I'm saying? Have I contacted Francesco Varela yet for an interview? No, unbelievably, I have not. I have not. All right, chat. It's time to lock in on this World Cup. There we go. There we are. Thank you very much. And welcome to the Zealand Sports Network for another beautiful day of World Cup coverage. Angola against Uruguay kicks off what is sure to be an absolutely scintillating knockout round, the second round of the World Cup. 32 teams remain with an opportunity to win a world championship. Every single one of them will be having at least delusions of grandeur at this point. The last teams in, Estonia and Portugal, looking to make amends for how poorly they did in the group stages, while some of the high-flying teams like South Korea, Morocco, and Brazil, who dropped 9-point group stages, will be looking to carry that momentum in as the favorites. The underdogs, the dark horses, and the big sleeping giants like Spain, who finished third in their group but have 7 world championships, will they be able to overcome early disappointment and find success here today? Only time will tell. Now, there is a particularly fun part of this entire equation. We will be gambling channel points on Twitch at each round. For each match, we will be putting up a wager of channel points on who you think is going to win that knockout contest. And if you play your cards right, you could be walking away from here with an absolutely massive dose of channel points. There's a certain amount of channel points that you can just write home about. You can write home about. You know, that's what it's all about. Absolutely gorgeous. Gambling W. Gambling with channel points, that is. The Gambage will be active. And the first match of this incredible stream where we will be crowning a World Cup champion in 21-26 is Angola and Uruguay. Angola and Uruguay. The only match here on June 30th. The Angolans are coming off of a very impressive group performance where they managed to finish second in Group A, clocking in well ahead of Serbia and New Zealand. And then we look at Uruguay, who struggled a little bit, but they managed to battle their way to second place in Group B. A couple of second place teams. They got their win over Qatar, drew Tanzania, suffered a pretty solid defeat to France, to be perfectly honest. Only one of these teams will be headed to the round of 16. It's time to head towards our match here today, and that is where we'll leave you with our commentator for this contest, Clive Livingsworth. Thank you. Well, it's a beautiful day for the 21-26 World Cup. Fabulous time. The gamble is up. Do you think Angola is going to win? Do you think Uruguay is going to win? That is the question that's been posed on the Twitch chat. Unfortunately, on YouTube, you don't have that possibility. Maybe you want to pull up the Twitch chat on your phone and keep watching on YouTube in order to be able to participate in the wonderful amount of gambling that's occurring over there. Unfortunately, we don't have that capacity on YouTube, but I'm sure we will at some point. There are like 6 teams a point off first. A team is out because of financial shenanigans. How well the Dorfers are doing this year in the second Austrian division? No, but I'm still in touch with the lads over there, and I hope they're doing well. For this one, since I put draw in, results at 90 minutes count. George has made a mistake. He put draw in a knockout match, which means at the end of 90 minutes, if it is level, then you win the points. It's results at the end of 90 minutes, L George, but W George for him doing it in the first place, and he will get it right the next couple of times. Absolutely brilliant. All right, as we were, the 21-26 World Cup, it's Angola and Uruguay. A brief refresher on these two teams and perhaps their most talented players. Osvaldo Nguele is the pacey customer on the wing for this Angolan side. They've got Fernando Pedro, but most important for this team is a world-class goalkeeper in Alberto Rafael. One of the better goalkeepers in this entire tournament. Certainly one of the players that has the capability to really, really win a match for Angola if it comes to it. Federico Rey running the midfield for this team. Thomas Castro is the star forward for Uruguay, with the pressure on the wing from Jonathan Pereira, who's a pacey customer out there. Angola trying to roll back the years and trying to find its way to a last 16 at the World Cup. The only thing in their way, the 2-time world champions, Uruguay. They have not won a world championship in near 200 years now. But every time you make it to a World Cup, every time you make it to a World Cup knockout stage, that belief begins anew. Will it be Angola? Or will it be Uruguay headed to the last 16 of the 21-26 World Cup? Only time will tell. As Rafael, the star goalkeeper, a wonderful bit of hair on Barones. He's got the ponytail. We need some fashionable hairstyles in this at some point. We're underway. Angola and Uruguay begin the World Cup knockout stages. Will it be the first world champion? Or the often forgotten South African nation? Pereira jumps by one. He has a go. Oh, what a way to start the day for Jonathan Pereira. What a goal in 5 minutes for Jonathan Pereira. And we are off and running in the knockouts. A driving run. A beautiful shot by the outstretched fingers of Rafael. And Uruguay has the early lead from their star winger, Jonathan Pereira. The last 16 beckons. It is do or die. It is win or go home all day. The shot. Oh, it deflects in! Oh, the football gods are with Uruguay. Christian Blanco is credited with the goal. It's a hint of fortune. It's Blanco with a first-time strike and a monster deflection. It hit two Angolan players, last of which was Manuel. And Angola can't believe it. In 13 minutes, the dream has been buried after they finished ahead of Serbia and New Zealand in the group stages. Uruguay has really shown up here. What response does Angola have? Manuel, Miranda, Borges, Pedro. That's a brilliant ball to Pinto. This is better for Angola. Borges driving. It deflects to Nguele. And they're appealing for offside. They're saying he might have obstructed the goalkeeper from an offside position, but he did not. Nguele, the star winger, responds in kind. It's 2-1. Everybody is onside there, and they say he did not obstruct the goalkeeper in that position. Nguele has the goal for Angola. What a way to start knockout football. 3 goals in 15 minutes. And Angola not letting the dream go quietly. Machado. It's a big ball headed down to Pinto. Pinto settles it with Borges. Borges able to keep Brandao. He's got Pinto, who's in behind! Well struck, well saved by Machado. Pedro. Almeida hit the man at the post! Oh, it was going in! It hit him square in the chest, and Uruguay's post marking keeps the ball out. Angola has very much woken up in this match after Uruguay with a perfect start. They've nearly come undone. Angola keeping the pressure on now. Pinto. Good pace on this. Will it settle for a counter-attack? There is a real chance here for Uruguay. Castro, he's got space to drive. He shoots and he scores! What a finish from Tomas Castro! He had a teammate. He didn't need him. He calls him off and settles a beautiful finish. And Angola has had all the pressure, but Uruguay has had all the goals. 3-1 to the South Americans. Tomas Castro with a fabulous finish. Incredibly decisive play from the Uruguayan forward. Angola needs 2 goals here to send this to extra time. They've looked capable of scoring those goals in the first half. They have not been short of expected goals and shots and chances and possession in this game. Angola have had a fabulous football team for some time now by 21-26. A real danger. They need a goal, though. Brandao. These are the tight matchups you get in the knockouts. 2 second-place group stage teams. Pinto. Borges. Brandao. Great ball to Pinto! Oh, that's brilliant football from the Angolans. They've tied Uruguay in a knot there. 2 goals for Angola. It's 3-2. They refuse to go away. What a ball by Brandao. It's timed up perfectly. And Machado just wasn't quite ready for the first time take from Pinto. He just rolled it by him. Does Angola have one more? 3-2 Uruguay. The South Americans trying to hold on for a spot in the last 16. They have led almost the entire way. Angola's been fighting a nightmare.
To live for almost 200 years.
Guinness. There are 12 minutes remaining now. Angola desperately needs something. Will they get it? Ball in. Blanco, it's headed away. Ngoele, Borges. Only as far as Alves. Blanco. Blanco has it. He's danced away from one. It's Blanco still! Nearly curtains. But Uruguay can't finish it. Angola throwing their numbers forward. 5 minutes to play for the Southwest Africans. Angola's in stoppage time. They've had nearly 3 XG, but it will be Uruguay. One more corner, it's not enough. Uruguay is going to the last 16 over Angola. It was so nearly there. The South Americans survive in a brilliant curtain-raising performance to this knockout stage. Wow. 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 Day one of this World Cup knockout in the books. The curtain raiser, a fabulous 3-2 to Uruguay as the South Americans claim a spot in the last 16. Now we've got a full day of action with an absolute showstopper to start in day 2 of the knockouts. Spain and Ecuador going up against each other. Then Italy and Chile and the U.S. and Ukraine. Let's go ahead and start the wager for Spain and Ecuador so you guys can be betting channel points over there on that Twitch stream. A fabulous opening match. Unlucky for Angola. They had a lot of the XG, but they could not find all the goals. Somebody's saying they already lost their house. Well, that's just a part of the wagering game. That's just a part of the wagering game, chat. That's how it works. Now, day 2, Ecuador and Spain. We send it back to Clive Livingsworth. Well, if we take a look at where these two teams have been up to this point, we get a pretty clear picture of how Ecuador has been screwed by this draw, because Ecuador have won their group. They've gone and only finished ahead of Romania, Tunisia, and Jamaica. You're supposed to get an easier draw when you do that, and they did. They got a third-place team, but they got the third-place team from the group of death. Spain was supposed to be the best team in the group of death, but they've managed a third-place finish. And so Ecuador, as a Q1 team, will play against third-place qualifying Spain in a big one. But the Ecuadorians are 2-time world champions. The Spanish team are 7-time world champions. It has been a very profitable past 100 years for both of these national teams. Ecuador, one of the favorites. Spain, one of the favorites. They meet now in the round of 32. They meet now, perhaps way earlier than they should, with players like Brian Diaz and Wilmer Acosta and Jon Cisneros featuring for this Ecuadorian side. They do have one of the best goalkeepers in the world, Luis Chila, but this Spanish team is absolutely unbelievable. When they were looked through, when they were considered for this tournament as one of the pure favorites, they just show their quality and talent at, really every position. The goalkeeper, Conrad Asturgo, is a tremendous one-on-one goalkeeper in this instance, and Jorge, of course, a superstar forward for this Spanish team. Ecuador and Spain. The Ecuadorians In the last 100 years, they've become a real force. They've won the second most World Cup titles out of South America in these past 100 years. One of only 2 World Cup champions from South America, alongside Brazil.
GG.
And Spain, outside of Brazil, has more World Cups than anyone. And they're searching for another one today. Day 2 of the round of 32 knockouts, and one of the feature fixtures of the entire competition to this point. Zealand, thank you for the 6 months, brother. I appreciate it. Hideous, thank you for the 54 months. Mrak Attack, thank you for the 8 months. Onda, thank you so much for the 2 months. Cheers. And we're underway. Carmona. Belmont. And we begin, both teams in the traditional 4-2-3-1 of Football Manager lore. A ton of possession for Spain in the early going. Whichever of these 2 teams is to fall, that means one of the favorites of this tournament will be out. We have not seen the same fireworks we've gotten from Angola. We've not seen the same fireworks that we've gotten from Uruguay in those first 20 minutes. A more methodical match now. Spain have already played under really intense pressure. Their final match they needed to win in order to advance. And they did. Found a win against Saudi Arabia. The first 40 minutes passing without serious incident, as many, including myself, waiting for when this match is actually going to become interesting or entertaining. On paper, it is one of the matches of this round of 32, but thus far we have been treated to very little. Spain with a set piece trying to change all that. Lucio near post. Seen away. Kiko. Rafael. It falls to Stubbs! And he hammers it against the post, and now real jeopardy has been introduced into this match. Oh, so nearly for Stubbs. Five shots apiece right now. The Spanish trying to get hold of something. Fernandez. Oh, he's turned that over. Ramdane to Fidalgo. Back towards Ramdane. Lucio. Lucio carrying inside. Fidalgo. Jorge. Jorge with a solid move! That's all they needed! And Spain has Ecuador on the ropes! Jorge with a sharp cut to the inside. It took a while, but the individual quality on display from the real Spanish superstars, and not even Luis Chila, can keep that ball out of the net. Spain leads. They survived their group stage, but it's a survive and advance operation. Arboleda. Fernandez. Cleared out towards Arboleda. He settles it down. Ecuador needs something. They have not created much thus far. Angulo, Molina, Vasquez stepping through. Oh, he's gone down! Figueroa's taken a piece of him! And this could be a penalty for Ecuador! It could be what Ecuador desperately needs. It is! It's a penalty for the Ecuadorians. And Rogelio Figueroa has been handed a yellow. On the spot is Baldeón against Asturgo, who's one of the best goalkeepers in the world. Baldeón hits the post! And Spain survives. Baldeón cannot convert the substitute winger Jefferson Baldeón. has missed Ecuador's best chance to equalize. It was maybe escorted onto that point by Conrad Ostergo. Ecuador, the two-time world champions, are in danger now of exiting far earlier than they anticipated. Spain, who came back from the dead in their final group stage match, have fully resurrected themselves now with a 1-0 advantage over Ecuador into the final 5 minutes. The defense has been spectacular from the Spanish. They have kept the threat away, and they continue to keep the threat away. Ecuador's down to its last chance, its last hope and a prayer. The Ecuadorians are on the way out of this tournament. The two-time champions undone by the 7-time champions Spain. The Spanish national team is headed to the last 16 at the expense of Ecuador. And that brings us to our third knockout match in this round. If we could get the wager up immediately for Italy against Chile. This Italian team has won 1 World Cup in the last 100 years. They've got superstar forward Maurizio Zaгаglione, who's been the big difference maker for this side. Lorenzo Bonatti brings some real pace around the outside. Alessandro Zanotti, the left back, and of course, a very talented player, and Giorgio Malerba, who is really able to separate as a wingback. It's a solid team, but they lack many of the finer creative points, particularly in their midfield. Mauricio Zagaglione's got to be the man to carry things. Ecuador eliminated. Angola eliminated. We continue now. The predictions up. Make your wager in the Twitch chat immediately. The other side, of course, is Chile. Chile qualified in 7th position in South America. They went through the Intercontinental Playoff and beat Kuwait in order to make it to this World Cup. And they did not qualify for the knockouts comfortably, Chile. They had to battle their way through. I believe in second position. They lost their opening match, Chile, to Ukraine, but they beat Uzbekistan and Honduras by a goal apiece in order to get themselves here. It has not been the greatest era for this Chilean national team, but they do have a few players that can make a difference. Oliver Burson. He's been a key player for them. He scored in their final group stage match. Amaro Iglesias is there. Francisco Celis is a solid goalkeeping option on the backside, and Pedro Catalan is a world-class centre-back for them. But the Italians will be the favourites. They're the favourite by seeding as well. Italy and Chile, the last South American team in this field. They managed to go farther than some already. The Bolivians were knocked out in the group stages. Italy, so often mercurial but capable of greatness. That is how they'll line up. A 4-2-3-1. Which, of course, as the rules mandate in 21-26, we will have 2 4-2-3-1s going back and forth at one another. The handshakes exchanged, and it is time. Chile and Italy. The wager is closed. May the best team win. Will Chile pull the upset and keep their magic carpet ride going to the round of 16? Or will the Italians continue to build momentum to try and get over the hurdle that they have so often fallen out of these World Cups in the last 100 years, with just one championship in that very long stretch? Varas. Gavilan. They've got good fullbacks, Chile. Mata will settle things down with Rodriguez. He lofts one forward, headed back towards Maras. Zagaglione, he's the man that can make the difference. Here he goes, Zagaglione! Could not keep it down. That is exactly where Chile does not want to end up defensively. Iglesias, Casanueva, Fadila, Casanueva back towards Opazo. Not too many open spaces for Chile. They're going to have to make them. Iglesias, Varas, Iglesias, Gavilan goes for it. That's easy enough for Moulet. Shouldn't trouble him too much as it's turned around the outside by the Italian keeper, but it's been a promising start for Chile. They came into this tournament a complete afterthought, but they might be able to take a real scalp here in the round of 32. They were widely disregarded. But Italy just one shot in the first 30 minutes. Malerba, Gatti, Gentili, Oliver Besson. Scooped clear, but didn't really check where he was playing that, and the Italians can really go to work now. Finocchi. Finocchi to the inline. He's got this ball in. Bonatti! It was a slow start for the Italians, but they have their goal. A Chilean team that has not conceded much. And Shelley saw it just, he had a weird bounce on him. It was an uncomfortable play. It was not a natural goal. It wasn't a goal that oozed quality from Italy. It was a gut check goal. This is the sort of match you just have to survive if you want to win this World Cup in 21-26. Chile does not have the firepower, but they are a tough out. They prove that in the group stages by handling two very solid teams. The final 40 minutes now, the Chileans are going to have to find a moment of brilliance. It's really, that's what it's going to take. Italy with nearly 70% of the ball. Chile had their spell of possession, their spell of pressure on the Italian goal in the first half. They have not been able to recapture that here. It is for Chile in some ways an achievement just to be able to get to the knockouts of the World Cup, considering where they were coming from. Maris spins this ball in, headed away. Oh my goodness me! They've given a penalty on the set piece. They've given a penalty on the set piece. This could ice it for the Italians, and it's the superstar forward Zagaglione against Salis. Zagaglione, oh, it's saved by Salis! Maybe some life for Chile. Zagaglione is gagged on it. He cannot score the icing goal. Chile is alive. It was a cheap penalty to begin with. I think we can all acknowledge that. Very cheap. But Chile's got to do something with this newfound life, and so far they have not been able to do very much with their newfound life at all. There is just nothing coming from Chile in this game. Absolutely nothing. They're hoping and praying for this, but they're not going to get it. That moment of brilliance that Chile has been searching for, they do not seem able to find it. They got it from their goalkeeper, Salis, but nobody outside of the goal's been able to produce a moment of magic for Chile as Italy cruises to a 1-0 victory. A survive and advance victory for the Italians that sees them through to the knockouts in the last 16. It's a composed victory from Italy. They overcame a missed penalty from Zagaglione. But now the feature match of the day. It's the United States against Ukraine. Let's get the wager up on Twitch, of course. Get your wagers in. It's been a rather tepid day of matches after that wild 3-2 to start the knockout. Spain 1-0, Italy 1-0, the United States and Ukraine. The US a second place finishing team, while Ukraine won their group. So a bit of a tough draw for Ukraine. For the United States, they were running that big striker earlier, but it looks as though he is not going to be in the team today. Oh no, there he is. Toby Servan has taken a step back to the attacking midfield role to open up positions for Juan Galindo and Alex Costello. Alan Gonzalez, a very solid defensive midfielder on this team, paired with Franco Navarro, Maurice Lucero. It's not the best American team, it must be said. It really is not. They've managed to battle their way into the last 32. But they are not a team that flashes too much quality. Anatoly Vovk, a brilliant poaching goal scorer. He's got that Erling Haaland gene where he can just pop up in the 6-yard box, in the 18, take one touch and the ball ends up on the back of the net. That's what he loves to do. Tarasenko's the man that pulls the strings out of that midfield. They're going with the wingbacks today, and Stanislav Pushkarev is going to try and push the tempo from that right side. Mikhailo Derkash playing at that centre-back position, and Shevchuk, who is absolutely huge for Ukraine in the previous round, has it underway. The United States and Ukraine. Ukraine group winners, the United States second position. It's the final match of this day. We have not seen multiple goals in a match on this day, with Spain and Italy finding their way through to the last 16. Well, one of these two teams will join them in the final 16. FTAV, thank you so much for the prime. Greatly appreciated, sir. He apparently played for Manchester City about 100 years ago. Yes, the great legend back in the mists of time, Erling Haaland. You remember him. You remember him. The United States of America against Ukraine in the 21-26 World Cup. Kaya, thank you so much for the prime. Enjoy the bacon, enjoy the emotes, enjoy your lack of ads. And thank you for being here. Gonzalez to Bostock, and we are underway. The US in the white, Ukraine in the yellow. And a spot in the last 16 of the World Cup is waiting for one of them. Italy, Spain, and Uruguay have already booked their places. Uruguay with a stunning and brilliant and thrilling win over Angola, 3-2. Spain surviving Ecuador, and Italy surviving against Chile. Now Pushkarev for Ukraine. He's pushing the tempo. Now Tarasenko to his left. Oh, it's saved by Anselin. The American keeper with an excellent tip save beyond his post. That was some venom on that from Tarasenko. Kyra, I appreciate that. What's up, GHB? Onward and upward, lads. Ukraine and the United States. De Vries checks it back for Navarro. It's going to go in towards Toby Servan, who has a couple of goals at this World Cup already. Lucero. Lucero driving. He's reached the end line here. What can he do with it? He turns his man, Lucero, all the way! Maurice Lucero has wandered his way into a goal for the United States. He turned Pushkarev, went towards Galindo. It's just bounced back to him. He's just whipped it right at Shevchuk. With such pace from such a close distance, he gets fortunate that ball is able to bounce in. And the United States of America has the lead. Trying to get to that last 16. A nation that has finished second once at a World Cup. Gonzalez looking for Lucero. Maurice Lucero is there again. He beats Pushkarev with the ball. Bouncing around. Cleared away by Ukraine. Imminent danger. Now Voronin. Bit of a panic-stricken play there for the Ukrainians trying to get themselves settled in. We've already seen one group winner exit this competition. Will we see a second? Costello! America doubles its lead. De Vries with the chip, and they lost Costello on the mark. The headline for this first half has been authored. The United States jumps to a 2-goal lead with 2 in 3 minutes from Lucero and Costello. Now the Ukrainians are going to have to find a push. They're going to have to find another gear. They've got just the 3 shots to their name. They've not possessed it particularly well either. They need Tarasenko to lead a resurgence, to find Vovk. It is Shevchuk's final World Cup, the goalkeeper for Ukraine. He's not helped his cause so far, but he'll be desperate now. Yefimov. Pushkarev has it down. Pushkarev's got some space. Pushkarev into Sik! Oh, Sirik can't finish. It's tipped wide by Ansalin. And the United States takes a 2-0 lead into halftime. Couple of very important saves from Ansalin in that first half for the United States. Ukraine needs a big second half, for their World Cup dream is over after having won their group. Shevchenko back towards Durkash. Looking for Voronin and Shevchuk. Oh, it's my word! A collective sigh of disbelief as Shevchuk nearly gave a third goal to the United States. Costello trying to poach it. And it's a nightmare for the veteran goalkeeper Shevchuk as the United States enters the final 30 minutes with a 2-goal lead over Ukraine. This American team, not one of the more heralded American teams to make the trip to the World Cup. It has been 80 years since the United States finished in the top 3 of a World Cup competition. But they are trying to get their way into the last 16 here. Antonenko. Ukraine, if they have something to say about it, they're going to have to say it soon. Durkash. Antonenko. Voronin. Tarasenko. Kuznetsov. Oh, great touch by Kuznetsov! He went for goal and Ansalin was ready. It's another sharp save from Ansalin. And now he's sent a ball towards Costello that will settle down. That's the type of chance that Ukraine needs. They need to be able to take advantage of. The United States seeking another trip to the last 16 of a World Cup. Trying to topple a European qualifier to do it. There was really no idea which team would come out on top in this match. It was a very even betting pool. De Vries settles with Servin. De Vries. Oh, makes his move. He's got 1 assist today. De Vries back for Arnon. In towards Servin, and he's fouled. The big man, Toby Servin, has gone down in the area, and the United States can put this one to bed here. That's really the only way to stop 6'8" Toby Servin. You have to drag him down, and Bogdanovsky can end this. Shevchuk in goal. Bogdanovsky! The United States is headed to the last 16. Bogdanovsky scores. It was not a good match for Shevchuk. It was not a good match for Ukraine. And the cruel mistress that is football has sent them packing, along with Angola, Ecuador, and Chile in these first 2 days of knockout football. Nice. If you got to get Ukraine to win the World Cup on FM once just by moving the Ukrainian clubs and making the league the best league in the world, that makes sense. Welcome back to the studio on the Zealand Sports Network. Very exciting day two that's gone down here at this World Cup. Very, very, very exciting. Just kidding. All three matches were pretty boring. The United States in cruise control against Ukraine with a pretty impressive, dominant 3-0 win. The Italians and the Spanish able to see out pretty, tightly clinched, stick a lump of coal up your butt, it'll turn into a diamond type defensive performances to eliminate Ecuador and Chile. Ecuador, of course, a way bigger scalp than Chile for Spain in that instance. But we are on to the next day now, and there are some really tasty ties. First, this is England's match day. They take on Tunisia. Romania and Scotland in an all-European showdown. And Mexico and South Africa starts the day. One of the tournament favorites, Mexico, against one of the upstarts, one of the dangerous teams, one of the teams that you feel like could take a scalp if everything goes their way in South Africa. Will Mexico's dream continue, or will they be eliminated? That is the first match that we got coming up today. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Bet your bacon. Oh, no. CONCACAF on top. Oh, hell yeah. A little Bill Belichick action. Yeah, a little bathroom break on the Zealand Sports Network as we simulate to our opening match, chat. We'll be right back. I hope you've been enjoying all of that incredible 21-26 footballing action on the Zealand Sports Network. But we have now entered our commercial break, our first commercial break of the evening, as we take a trip to the next round of matches. Did you know that F1 is now available exclusively in the United States on Apple TV? Of course you did. Of course you did. Let's go, baby. Melbourne this weekend, all of the action, the behind the scenes, the practices, the qualifying, all of it is available on demand anytime on Apple TV. F1 and the 2021-26 World Cup have partnered together to bring this action to you. Of course. But of course you already knew that. There's a couple of new teams involved in F1 this year. Audi, Aston Martin, will they be the worst team? Apparently the best team's going to be Mercedes. That's what you guys are saying. I honestly don't know. Lewis Hamilton, will he actually be able to win something with Ferrari? Will Max Verstappen get his revenge? Will Lando Norris be able to hang on to his title? All that action will be on Apple TV, the official and exclusive sponsor of Zealand Sports Network's broadcast of the 21-26 World Cup. So if you want to get access to all of that stuff, all you got to do is join up with Apple TV, and you'll be able to follow all the F1 action. Thank you to Apple TV for being the official sponsor of Zealand Sports Network. And now we take you back to the action with the 21-26 World Cup. Day 3 of the knockouts. What is that, Mexico and South Africa, Clive? Is that Mexico and South Africa, Clive? Of course it is. Audi isn't technically a new team. They just bought their way in. That's true. They did buy their way in. Well, that's how you join F1, right? I mean, this is actually a hole in my F1 knowledge. Like, how do you join F1? You buy in, right? Like, you buy another team's spot. You said one of the ways. What are the other ways you join? Apple TV, home of F1, MLS, and the Zealand Sports Network. Very true. Very true. Cadillac is brand new. Cadillac and Audi are the two new teams. They bought a new spot. Okay. So you can buy a new spot too. You can buy a new spot too. That's how most sports competitions work in the US. I guess I never thought about it that way. But yeah, like the league will go, we're expanding, and they'll field offers for expansion teams, and you like buy a spot in the league. Yeah. So I guess F1 works the same way. 600 million? Well, Apple TV is a lot cheaper than that to get access to all of the F1 stuff. Don't buy into the league, just get Apple TV. 600 million to buy into F1? All the other teams, oh, whoa. All the other teams have to allow a new team. I imagine that's like incredibly drama-filled. I imagine there's a lot of Real Housewives of, like, they could do a separate Drive to Survive just about that. $600 million is also the money to that's just the money to the other teams. Then you have to spend the money to get the team up and running. It's political madness. So you have to get all of the teams to agree, basically. So I'm learning, chat. You have to get all of the teams to agree, basically, that you can join. How can you get all 10 teams to agree on anything? I feel like they all hate each other. So you probably bribe them. So it's probably like $1 billion to get up and running. I imagine if you buy another team spot, so like Sauber wants to leave and then Audi comes in for Sauber. Sorry, I said that the European way. Audi would be the American way to say it. Is like you buy in. $55 million to buy out their spot. Oh, okay. Teams drop out and they want a full comp. Right. Some teams own other teams' engines, so they have more power. What even is this sport, dude? What even is this sport? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. All right, Mexico and South Africa. We head over to Clive Livingsworth. Well, Mexico, they've got a tremendously talented team. We've covered this extensively, how good this team is, how much of a difference their fullbacks are able to make when they're out there on the field, running around doing things. Alejandro Cruz, brilliant player. They are missing somebody, though. Their right back, Abdon Malgoza, is absolutely tremendous world-class player. We expect him to be in the team. There is no right back listed in the official team sheet we've been given. We'll see if that's some sort of issue, if they've just elected to play with 10 players. It's a very good Mexican team, though. Rafael Escobedo, Carlos Montes, an incredibly fit Indian player in that midfield. And, of course, their defense is dogged and determined. They are really able to send a message defensively, but they do lack some of that size, which could be a problem. But Rafael Escobedo, a real dangerous player, and Leonardo Lugo is a good goalkeeper as well. South Africa is going to be struggling to match them for individual quality, but guys like Luke Shabalala are certainly capable of making things happen. They've got the young wings, Etumelong Vitboy, and they've also run out Anele Davids and Nkosi Burton at various points in this tournament. That's not the guy I was thinking of. It was Davids. Anele Davids, but Intimalong Whitboy, he's going to be one of the targets to outlet, but they really got to go through Luke Shabalala. On defense, Nkanyitso Mtetwa is the fullback that really could make things happen, and Nkosi Sima is a very solid keeper. He's had a really good tournament as well. Mexico are the favorites. They won their group. South Africa did not. They actually ended up finishing in third position, South Africa, so this is a heavy favorite moment for Mexico. But there is a win in this tournament for the South Africans. They've already won a World Cup game at this tournament. Round of 32 at the 21-26 World Cup. The wagers are in. It's Mexico and South Africa. Somebody said it's a sport for millionaires and billionaires. It doesn't have to make sense. Shut up and eat this wad of cash. That's kind of how I feel about F1. It is a rich person sport. It is still sometimes really fun to watch. South Africa and Mexico at the 21-26 World Cup. The Mexicans are in the green, South Africa in the yellow. Soria got us underway, and will we see our first big upset? One of the favorites of the tournament, Mexico. They are number 4 in the world rankings at the moment, and yet they have still never won a world championship. They have still never been to a final. But they always go into the World Cup believing that maybe just this will be their time. The African nations have already lost one more representative in this round of 32, with Angola bowing out. The only Southern African team remaining now is South Africa. Vela. Escobedo adds some room. Garcia. Back towards Montez. Montez with pace. Garcia, that is brilliant! That is absolutely outstanding! What a goal for Mexico! Garcia! There is simply no saving that one from Garcia. And if Mexico is going to play like that, what hope does South Africa have? They need Shabalala to show up. They need him to make some plays. But if Mexico is scoring those goals, it is very difficult to see a way back for South Africa. Montez goes for it. Seema looked a bit uncomfortable. He's beaten it around the post for a corner, but that was not exactly what he would have wanted to do there. Jembo, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you for supporting the stream. Enjoy your lack of ads, and welcome to an Elite Online Gaming. Pizzuto, Vela, on towards Montez, and Vela, and Montez, and Vela looking for Nava, and it was nearly a second for Mexico. Oh, so close to a second goal. Mexico really look in control of this, but for all their work and a couple of highlights they've produced, it is still 1-0. And South Africa is still in this game. A little spell of possession for the South Africans. The ball into the corner. Mtetwa, the bright young fullback, has it back. Mtetwa towards Shabalala. Settled by Mexico. Nava, the big forward, towards Escobedo. Two-touch into the post. Saved into the post by Seema. And South Africa survives. He just dug that one out with his hand down to the right. Seema. And South Africa really hoping they can get to halftime down just 1 goal. Mexico has looked absolutely predatory trying to finish this match off right now. They have been on the front foot. They have been on the attack. And they have been looking to end this early. South Africa need a moment. We have not seen extra time yet in this knockout, now our 5th match in the knockout process. The South Africans started this World Cup with 3 points and a win in their opening match by multiple goals. They only managed 1 point in their final 2 matches, but they are a World Cup winning type side. Or should I say a club capable of winning a match at this tournament. They've got 20 minutes, and Mexico has been a little more quiet in this half. South Africa has stayed alive, and that is the important thing. They do still need their goal. Mexico patiently looking for a chance to put this match away for good. Valencia. Back towards Vela. Romero, Valencia, beautiful ball, and this is walked in! Omar Sanchez from Mexico! VAR. It's a VAR review, and the goal's been disallowed. They didn't get their positioning right. And Mexico has done everything but polish this game off right now. Omar Sanchez, or I believe it was Valencia that was offside on the initial ball over the top there for Mexico. They've outshot them 17-4, but South Africa is still in this. We have not seen much from Shabalala in this game. We've not seen much from Vitboy in this game. Mexico with a set piece they are in no hurry to take with 5 minutes to play. Sanchez. Squares the ball up now, playing short. Perez, it's a play. Romero! They've hit the post again. Right into the crossbar from Romero. South Africa has 9 lives. They're using all of them, but they need to find a goal. And Mexico is stubbornly keeping the ball away from them. Malgoza. For many, one of the best players in the world. Valencia. Vela. Looking towards Nava. Mokalapa's headed it away. Escamilla's gone for goal. It was speculative at best, and he did not strike gold. Mexico can just pass this game out if they choose. South Africa has managed to survive at 1-0, but Mexico has shown them levels in this knockout match. There will be no upset here. This incredible Mexican team that's 4th in the world has shown South Africa the door. 1-0. Now we have our second match of the day, and it is one of the more intriguing matchups we could have. It's Romania in Scotland. Let's get that wager up immediately so that people can start losing their hard-earned channel points on this. Romania finished second on fair play against Ecuador. They scored 1 goal. They conceded none. They drew 2 matches 0-0, and they won against Jamaica 1-0. Ecuador mirrored that and managed to finish first in their group as a result, but Romania's down in second, and they take on a second-place team in Scotland, who mustered wins against Georgia and the DR Congo, while suffering a defeat to this same Mexican side that is just 1-2 advance. Will it be the Romanians, hot Romanians, or will it be Freedom and Scotland that advanced to the last 16 of this World Cup? It is, for both of these teams, an eminently winnable tie in the World Cup round of 32 before England brings the nightcap with a matchup against Tunisia. Where's Sweden? They're 82nd in the world in 21-26. They are not very good. Yes, it is a bug in this game that the two teams will play the same tactic. We are pretending it is a law thing, where in 21-26 the rules have been changed to mean that both teams have to use the same tactic. No idea why. Will it be Romania? Will it be Scotland? The vote closes momentarily. A spot in the last 16 of the World Cup is reserved for one of them, Romania or Scotland, but not both. Scotland has won 3rd place at a World Cup back in 2026. Romania has been second at the World Cup on 2 occasions in the last 100 years, including the last World Cup in 21-22, where Romania managed a 2nd place finish, losing to England in the final. Brilliant kits, including the goalkeeper kit for Romania, which is an absolute showstopper. Scotland and Romania are underway. Romania, who have not conceded at this tournament, and Scotland, who blew away a pretty good DR Congo team to grab 2nd position in a surprising result. to conclude the group stages. They got a great performance from Greg Lewis, the pacey finisher. They've got McCormick on the outside, Kennedy on the other wing, plenty of pace to go around with Lewis Walsh as their centre forward. McCluskey's the goalkeeper, and he's a good one. Romania's featuring Stanciu, Florence Stanciu, who scored their only goal at this tournament up front, with Kliutza in goal. Scotland with a throw in deep in their own territory. McGuinness to McCormick. Gemmell up towards Davidson. Greg Lewis met by Niguts. Now Florence Stanciu. O'Prey has come flying through, and Romania leads! Mihai O'Prey! What a run by O'Prey! He's run right through Scotland. Gemmell couldn't keep with him. Hunter couldn't keep with him. McCluskey never had a chance. They made it look all too easy with the two-man game in the middle. Florence Stanciu to Mihai O'Prey. And now Scotland has to do something that has not happened at this World Cup yet. Score a goal against Romania. It's just Romania's second goal of the entire competition, and it might be enough to send them to the last 16. Baldur, the World Cup runners-up from 4 years ago, look like they have ideas at getting back to that stage. Mihai O'Prey. Toda. Toda on the move. He's got O'Prey. O'Prey's dragged his defender wide. Toda is in! Deflected in! For Robert Toda! It's shambolic for the Scottish defence. It's Gemmell again, who's tried to stop this play up, and it's gone off the inside of his knee. It got up on him. Toda has just hit that with power into a crowd, and Gemmell couldn't handle it. Stephen Gemmell, the 31-year-old, big, strong centre-back, but he couldn't get his feet under him, and Romania has a 2-goal lead. They have been the runner-up at the World Cup twice, and they were 4 years ago. It was viewed as a bit of an upset run by the Romanians at the time. But they have not only managed to get back to the World Cup and to get through without a defeat in the group stage, but they have the lead in the first knockout round here. Scotland scored 3 goals against DR Congo. They could really use that again. But this Romanian team is proving an incredibly tough nut to crack. They have still not conceded at this tournament. And Greg Lewis, after his storming performance against the Dr. Congo, has been a complete no-show in this game. They've subbed Wood in at the right wing position. Plenty of pace on offer off the bench for Scotland, but not much playmaking quality. They brought in the 18-year-old Dominic Kirk at left back. Scotland needs a pair of goals, and it is not immediately apparent where those are going to come from. They have just 2 shots in this match. They've come undone early against Romania. There is just nothing left in the offensive tanks after that 3-goal barnstorming against Congo that got them into these knockouts. For Scotland, the eternal wait for footballing glory continues. Romania seems destined for the last 16. Mihai O'Prey playing this ball in, and it's gone in. Messiah Moga, as it's fallen kindly for him. And all the goodwill Scotland built up with their excellent group stage performance has vanished. McDonald couldn't get it clear, and Moga has mogged all over Scotland. 3-0, Romania. And they might not be done here. The pressure is still on as Scotland throws the numbers forward. Oh, what a finish by Florin Vlad! Romania's turned on the style. The little over-the-shoulder flick by Florin Vlad. Oh, it's cheeky. McCluskey can't keep it out. Romania 4, Scotland 0. No Scotland and plenty of partying in Romania. Budapest is alight. It is a win with conviction for Romania. They've got 2 goals from set pieces already. Can they add to the misery? Moga nearly did. Oh my goodness, the referee has blown his whistle here and we might have a last-second penalty to the team winning by 4 goals. We do. The nightmare is complete for Scotland. They've been overwhelmed on set pieces. And Romania with a chance for an unthinkable 5. It's Florin Vlad for a brace. He whistles it by the fingertips of McCluskey, and Florin Vlad ices a truly spectacular, truly memorable performance from Romania. Florin Vlad makes it 5-0. And maybe there should be more discussion about this Romanian side, who have still not conceded, I remind you. Bucharest. I meant Bucharest. Hungary's rooting for Romania as well. I think that's very clear. I said Budapest. Thank you for the £5, Jack. Take the urn brew, take the haggis, and be gone. I'm embarrassed to be Scottish. I'm moving south. That was absolutely brutal. 5-0 defeat in a winnable match against Romania. Now it's England, Tunisia. Obviously, the English going to be big favourites here. They've got Tiernan Zonka, who's stepped up with Piers Duncan as the forward players. Ruben Hall's the real starlet on the wing for England, the 2-time consecutive world champions. They've won 4 in their history. They've won 2 in a row. It's finally been their time. Gomalimo Sebeko, but of course, we have Shaquille O'Neal McAnally at right back, the truly tremendous world-class fullback. And Derek Rawson is also tremendous. The real issue maybe for this team is that central defense. There's not a lot of pace. They're not particularly athletic in there. Tunisia on the flip side, they got a hope and a prayer at this one. They have Mohamed Amin Ayari, who offers plenty of quality on the wing. If they can get him on the ball with a little space and a runner somewhere, maybe. Abdallah Nazraoui certainly can find a good pass, and they've got a good goalkeeper in Moin bin Sultan. Tunisia and England, the final match of this 3rd day of these knockouts. The English the favourite in the purple. Tunisia will be in the whites today. England won their group under some duress. They had to play a very close one with Tanzania to cinch first position. They won that one by a singular goal. Well, Tunisia was one of the last teams in as a 3rd place finisher. They were the 3rd to last team in the 3rd place bracket with 3 points to their name in the group stages, Tunisia. They're a tough out and a tough team to beat, Tunisia. They're going to need all of that today against England, who have not been one of the best teams over this run. But they have won the last 2 World Cups, breaking a very long stretch without a World Cup victory. They didn't win one for over 100 years, but they've got 3 in the past 40 years. Nasraoui, Lasouid. Tunisia trying to construct something early here. Lasouid with a solid turn. He's played a hopeful ball in towards Sumpti. Out to Shkiri. Oh, that would have been one of the goals. Shkiri with a punishing hit to put the fear of God into this England team. Some early life from Tunisia. It would be a fairly large upset in 21-26 to have Tunisia pull off this win. But they are not a team that is so overwhelmed by the English quality that they cannot hold their own defensively. And there has been no team in this World Cup so far that has played a comfortable game against Tunisia. That must be said. And England seems to be adding to that as we pass the first 25 minutes, with Tunisia leading on 53% possession. England starting to rack up the shots, but 6 saves for Ben Sultan in that Tunisian goal. They are getting a good performance from their goalkeeper to start things out, Tunisia, and that is great news for them. England would have assumed at this point they would have been able to find maybe a way through. That way has not been readily apparent. There is no marked path for England in this game. It is scoreless at halftime. England and Tunisia. Jertila, Nazraoui, Shkiri, towards Samti. Samti's rolled it down to Maloli. Maloli, back towards Samti. Shaout! Oh my! You know, initially it didn't look a promising chance, but it had a really good flight to it from the right back, Shaout. This English national team starting to come up against it. Now, if you're a team like England, like the Spains, the Brazils of this world, you don't really consider your potential exit until it starts to stare you in the face. And we're an hour in now. Ruben Hall. Ben Sultan's always going to be saving that. But for players like Ruben Hall, there just has not been enough of a thrust forward. Tunisia's made this look remarkably comfortable against the 2-time reigning world champions. And this is why England has not been made one of the clear favourites for this competition, even though they are the hosts. This is in Wembley. Tunisia in a road match has gone 70 minutes without conceding. The 77th minute in an anxious Wembley Stadium. Gomalemo Sebeko onto Abed. He's gone for it! There was a half chance there for England. But Ben Sultan's been hard enough to beat. He has 10 saves today. It is still 0-0 England and Tunisia. Tunisia have outplayed what many would have expected, but if you watch this Tunisian team in the group stages, they didn't blow anybody away, but nobody was able to get a hold of them either. Abbott, Hall. It's Williams. Oh, he's gone down! Oh, there will be so much debate about this, but the penalty has been called. They have gone to review it, and it has been upheld. Williams gets ahead of Lassoud, and now Williams will take the penalty against Ben Sultan. England needed some help, and they might have gotten it. Williams! So he scored! Williams has scored. Nearly saved by Ben Sultan. He fingertipped it into the inside of the post. And that is the margin for England. Tunisia now needs a goal. They've done so well to take the air out of the ball in this game and create a few looks for themselves. Jatila, Lassoud, Nasraoui, Ayari, A couple of options in front of Ivory, which is the way they want to play this. Ivory, this time in towards Uni. Malul. Counter-attacking options now for England on the turnover. Tunisia's numbers are going to be farther forward as Abbott carries. Rawson's moving. What a cut from Rawson. Gomalemo Sebeka, Wanda Williams. He's got Shaquille O'Neal McAnally, but he's turned it over. Oh, it's a ball. This is all the marbles. Maluli! Hashim Maluli! Stunned silence in Wembley, except for a raucous Tunisian corner. They can hardly believe it. Hashim Maluli has equalized. Uni plays him to space. And it's England's best player, McAnally, who has teed up the Tunisian equalizer. Shaquille O'Neal McAnally. McAnally floats one in towards Hall! Ruben Hall wins it for England! Ruben Hall's done it! What fight from Tunisia, but Ruben Hall from Shaquille O'Neal McAnally. It's the two superstars for England. In Tunisia, the defended so well have come to pieces. And the English survive a real challenge from Tunisia in this round, and they will advance to the last 16. Oh, back in the studio, reviewing what has been an absolutely unbelievable day 3. Romania with the remarkably large blowout of Scotland that nobody saw coming. Mexico surviving against South Africa. And England with a 2-1 91st minute winning goal against an unbelievably stubborn Tunisian side to send them through to the round of 16. We'll do a little tree check here as we head into the second round. We can see some of the matchups in the next round have already been decided. We've got USA against Romania. That has been settled. That's fabulous. Now, England going into the next round, they get Paraguay or Portugal. Got to keep an eye on that part of the draw. Spain and Mexico will be playing against each other. That is a golden round of 16 matchup. And Uruguay and Italy will be matched up in the round of 16. So tremendously interesting matchups that are scheduled there for English fans. All eyes on this Portugal-Paraguay match going on right here. We expect that to be in the next day. First, it's going to be DR Congo against Argentina. The Democratic Republic of Congo, they showed some real quality in this tournament up to this point, but they suffered a really stunning loss to Scotland, which is not looking as good as it was. DR Congo with the win over Georgia, the draw against Mexico, which is a very impressive result for DR Congo, makes you think that they could absolutely be dangerous. But for DR Congo, the matchup, obviously not a particularly easy one. After losing their first match against Belgium, Argentina went out and beat Spain and beat Saudi Arabia on the final match day. Despite being ranked 28th in the world and having not won the World Cup in over 100 years, Argentina did win the group of death and now sits on the precipice of a trip to the round of 16. Morocco and Japan. Morocco group winners. They won all 3 of their matches. Very, very impressive team. They've done anything that you could possibly ask of them. They did not have the most difficult group, obviously. But they have advanced, and they've advanced comfortably. While Japan suffered a wicked defeat to Brazil, but they're a very good third-place team. They beat Egypt and drew Switzerland in a tight 0-0 match that sent both of those teams through. Their only sin was getting blown out by the best team in the world right now, the Brazilians. So this is a potential trap game for this Moroccan national team. Morocco going to have to keep its focus. There is nothing easy at this stage. And then Portugal and Paraguay. Portugal barely survived the group stage. They should have been out. They scored very late to stay alive. They scored the goal to beat the Dominican Republic in the final 10 minutes of the match. They lost their other two matches to South Korea and Senegal. This is not your daddy's Portugal. They are still pretty talented, but they are not putting the results together on the field. They grabbed the second to last qualifying spot, I believe, tied with Estonia for the last qualifying spot for the knockouts. Not the place you want to be if you're Portugal. Paraguay, on the other hand, won their group. They won all three of their matches, beating Iraq, Mali, and Estonia. They qualified first out of South America, and maybe you'd even make Paraguay the favorite for that tie. We send it back to Clive Livingsworth for the continued action on day 4. Well, we'll be starting with a very interesting matchup. Argentina, at one times kings of the world, 3-time champions of the world, but they have not won a World Cup in more than 100 years now. They are taking on a DR Congo team that has shown serious improvement, that has shown a continued avalanche of quality, right? That has players like Maurice Juma who can separate, who can score goals. They have Chardon Indonga, big, creative, explosive player, and they rock a pretty decent defense as well with guys like Eric Alonga and Manix Digaya, who's got plenty of size, Sidney Kunene, who offers that ball-playing ability on the outside, and Louis Badiachil, who's very good at finding a pass. Now, Argentina, obviously, going to be able to bring a few players to bear that have that kind of quality that you would expect. Diego Valdez, their striker, is certainly a dangerous man. So is Juan Montaña, somebody that is really dangerous if you value your knees. He'll really clean those out. Luciano Garay, the 21-year-old central defender who's got plenty of quality. And Abre, who played a little midfield in this tournament. We believe he's going to step back to his central defense role that he loves so much. And Ivan Torres, who's got good size, good shot-stopping ability, certainly a player that can make some saves. Chancel Shimonga is a good goalkeeper as well. He's not really on the same level. So DR Congo against Argentina. The wagers are up. Keeper man, thank you for the 3 months as a member on YouTube. What's the difference between Germany team in this World Cup and the Bermuda Triangle? The Bermuda Triangle has 3 points. Argentina have turned into a power once again by winning the group of death. Their reward is a dangerous DR Congo side. The doctor is in. Finishing third place with 4 points. A brutal turn for DR Congo. But Argentina would be considered one of the squishier top teams that they could have drawn. Will we see our first big upset? Argentina have not won a world championship in over 100 years. DR Congo have never won. But they have been one of the solid African nations over the last century. The curtain raiser, the afternoon matinee in the knockouts today. DR Congo and Argentina. Ndonga. Back towards Mahosa. Louis Badiachil. Bongu. The really high quality young player, Bongu. He's part of the future. Badiachil. Looking towards Ame. Well controlled. Oh, he scored! Kamis Ame! It looked like it might be an early shot across the bow from DR Congo. But he is offside. Ame drifting just offside. It was well finished. Struck that ball right into the turf. Difficult for Torres to deal with as the goalkeeper. Now this Bongu kid, 26 years of age. Certainly not the player that I thought he was. 20 minutes in, Argentina, after their opening match defeat to Belgium, it looked like they might be in real trouble in that group they had. Finding the win against Spain was really what turned things around for them. That was a super impressive result. And they are believing in Buenos Aires that there is a chance for them to finally win the World Cup again, but it is not going to be easy. So many knockout rounds in this World Cup format, and so many decent teams that are just as desperate, like the DR Congo. The African nations have struggled in this knockout. We've seen Angola, South Africa, and Tunisia head out already. DR Congo and Argentina have gone scoreless at the end of the first half. And this is a match that could become very interesting as we progress through things. Angelucci towards Abre. Delgado. Leguizamon. Got the ball back now. Mendoza. Mendoza driving, floated ball. Franco! Nearly there for Argentina. Franco is there to greet it. But it was a pretty speculative offering from Argentina, and there has not been much in the way of a breakthrough in this first hour. DR Congo scoring a disallowed goal, rightly but closely offside. And this is a match that now will be decided by a single moment. This is a match that now will be decided by a single moment. We enter the final 15 minutes here. Selemani. Monga. Alongo. Towards Selemani. De Gioia. This has been the working pass now. They found Ndonga. This is the guy for DR Congo! Saved by Torres. Ndonga put on his cape for a moment and he nearly scored the winning goal. Very good goalkeeping from Ivan Torres. He is one of the best. And that's made the difference. Who am I rooting for in F1? You know, I never really had a team, but I think I picked Verstappen to win the first race. I think he's got a lot to offer. I think he's going to be very angry. We look destined for extra time now in DR Congo and Argentina. Ndonga and Badiashile. They've connected with Ame. This is going to be the last move forward. Ame. Mateta, it's into the middle. He's gone down. Shouts for a penalty. Shots blocked away. And the whistle to send us to extra time. Argentina survives a scare just before the final whistle. And we have an extra 30 minutes between DR Congo and Argentina. Jack Glancy, thank you for the £5 donation on YouTube. Said, news just in from Edinburgh. The players arrived to booze from the Tartan Derby. Scotland fans will now support whoever is facing England as usual. Thank you for the update for the front lines. Extra time is here. And what drama will it bring between DR Congo and Argentina in the round of 32 at this World Cup? Argentina 28th in the world. DR Congo's not far away from that. These are two near equals in the world rankings, and it has shown itself out that way on the field. The first half of extra time is producing very little in the way of highlights and excitement here. Argentina in possession with Perez deep in their own territory. Abre's been moved up to a defensive midfield role. Coronel. Montagne in space, has it under control. He's just going to play one in now. Oh, Ortega! It was ambitious, but it's going to take something like that, maybe, to break this game open. It's been DR Congo that have created the majority of the menacing moves, but Ortega nearly stole the show. Leguizamon on the set piece. Shimonga's got his line set. Leguizamon goes for it. He's hit the bar. It looked like he had some room. Shimonga did not have that covered. And Silimani has fouled Di Donato. And Argentina's trying to find an opening. We are 8 minutes away from a penalty lottery. The DR Congo and Argentina will be headed to the penalty spot unless something comes from this set piece. Nduwimma. Torres punches away. Is there a hero amongst them? Mateta. Louis Badiachil. Makengo. Louis Badiachil. Selemani. Nduwimana. And there's the whistle. Penalties are beckoning. And penalties it will be. The first penalty from Coronel is a goal. We were just setting up our free cam situation to be able to watch. Coronel has scored. It is actually 2-1 to Argentina. It is, wait. There is a glitch with the penalties in this game. Argentina missed their first penalty. They've scored their second. DR Congo has scored their first penalty. DR Congo's second from Selemani is good. DR Congo leads 2-1 in the shootout. Shimonga is headed back into the goal as Argentina needs to be near perfect now. It's Aubrey, the big defender. Aubrey scores it. Chipped it cheekily into the left side of the goal. Argentina and Congo level at 2, but Congo has an extra attempt as Torres makes his way back in. The taker will be Nduwimana. Nduwimana saved by Torres! Torres had a beat on it the whole time, and we are tied at 2 after 3. Torres with the save as Argentina seeks survival. Angelucci. Right down the middle. Sent Shimonga spinning out to the left. And you can hear what it means to these Argentine fans now they're in the lead. As Torres neanders his way back in to take on the talismanic midfielder, Louis Badiachil! He's gone for the Panenka, and Torres has read it! A couple of saves for Torres! And Argentina can win it with this kick. Ortega against Shimonga. He scores! Argentina to the last 16! DR Congo had the lead in the shootout. They could not make it count. And Argentina advances by the hair on their chinny chin here. They've barely gone through. Baghdad going absolutely crazy there for Argentina. And now we have Morocco and Japan. Group winners Morocco, third place side, the Japanese. Louis Badiachil's Panenka will long live in infamy in the DR Congo. For Morocco, the players to watch on this team, Tariq Bouskal, He's got plenty of moves and plenty of vibes and plenty of playmaking ability. Yahya Ahmed Driouche is stepping in as the forward. Yunus Basak, the world-class fullback. The man that's leading things. And of course, their tremendous goalkeeper, Musin Azuzi, is back there as well. For Japan, they do have lots of quality. This is a pretty darn good Japanese team that ended up third in their group. Minoa and Watanabe are both dangerous. Ryotaro Hamada, certainly a dangerous player. Kuryu Minguchi. And they do love their short centre backs, though. They do not have a lot of size, and that could be an issue on a deep ball in for Morocco. The Moroccans have won every game they've played at this World Cup. The Japanese got blown out by Brazil, but found 4 points in their last 2 matches to grab a strong third-place finish. One spot in the round of 16 awaits one of them. Morocco or Japan? This Japanese team, being in the same group as Brazil really does set you back. Really does make it hard to judge. And it is a tougher draw for Morocco than they would have wanted, having to play this Japanese side. The African nations have continued to struggle. Every one of the 4 African nations that's played in this round of 32 has been eliminated. And now we have another. Morocco, the favourites, against a very dangerous Japanese side. Argentina threw on penalties to start the day. Oh, a sharp shot into Natsuda. But he is a fabulous goaltender back for the Japanese. Great service out to Watanabe, who's done very well to keep it. Sato. Sato on his left foot. Not troubling the goal of Azuzi. It is not troubling the goal of Azuzi. Besak. Towards Buskal, Hamdani, Sadiki. Buskal, Hamdani. Sharp balls here from Morocco. Driouche dropping in. He's got the ball back now. Driouche driving forward. Well, from this angle, it certainly looked like it had a very good chance. Baya. Back towards Azuzi. Floated flat ball to Driouche. Buskal. Buskal's on the move. He pulls it back towards Driouche. Now Buskal driving in! It's been walked in by Morocco! They made it look almost too easy. Driouche with a perfect little one-touch layoff. A really hard shot that got the better of Natsuda, who is normally a tremendous goalkeeper in those situations. But this is where Morocco wants to be. Japan needs a response. Azuzi marshalling his defense. It's Saitai. With his left foot, Saitai! That was saved. It was tipped up by Azuzi. A very nearly run thing for Japan on that set piece for Saitai. It's been an even match. It's just one moment of decisive quality from Morocco that Natsuda could not keep out. That has made the difference. Second half now, Morocco and Japan. The Japanese have had precious few looks at the Moroccan goal. They've done a good job of keeping a structure and keeping the ball away. Morocco, a second goal would be absolutely massive for them. Sadiki floats it in. And Besak, it was never really troubling Natsuda's goal. Maybe it should have been, but it was not. Azuzi towards Baya. Driouche on to Besak and Buscal. And Besak chips it forward towards Buscal. He's in on goal! Oh, it should have been. It should have been a goal for Buscal. And that will be a miss they come back to if Japan comes back in this match. Buscal was in for his second, but he struck the post with conviction. It's been really impressive from Morocco. They've been in control of this game for the most part against a Japanese team that many would have considered a dark horse for this tournament. Certainly a team that shows the quality. But it's been all Morocco, one-way traffic continuing now. Hafidi. And they're in no hurry now with a 1-0 lead. El Hamoudi towards Besak. Hamdani. Hafidi. Buscal. Idrissi. Oh, nearly got over Natsuda. And it's found Buscal. Tariq Buscal. It looked as though the chance was over, but Briouche has won the ball and Buscal jumps on it. It's a disaster for the Japanese backline. Morocco doubles its lead. And Morocco betters are in the gold. Japan has looked lifeless. Morocco looking like a team that can contend. El Abbasi. Besak. El Brini. El Brini is charging. He whips it towards Louis. Louis scores. To Morocco. Unbelievably. They've turned one of the tight matches in this round of 32 into a rout. And Japan, despite their great effort to overcome that opening huge defeat to Brazil, have just looked completely incapable of threatening Morocco in this game. They've mustered 10 shots, but just 0.38 XG. It's not been good enough. It has simply not been good enough. Buscal trying to ice the cake here, put the cherry on the sundae, and they will. It's Younes Besak. Hello. Morocco is going to need some dealing with. Buscal has been immense. Younes Besak making Japan pay for their shortness in their backline. Morocco emphatically 4-0 into the last 16. The power of anime and friendship has well and truly been crushed here. And our final match of the day, an incredibly interesting one. It's Portugal against Paraguay. Paraguay won their group. Portugal barely scraped its way through in third position. And the question remains, of course, will Portugal be shown the door after they were able to play well through João Gonçalves? They were able to play well through Xavier Franquesa. They were able to play well through Marcio Vanzella. The talent that they do have on their team, and Paulo Montero, their captain. Will it be enough to unseat a very good Paraguayan team who won South American qualifying, who have Dario Jimenez, the incredibly explosive wing, who have Neri Anguilera, Remigio Delgado, a man who sometimes has eyes in the back of his head, Rafael Martinez. I mean, just real quality in this Paraguayan side that can match up with Portugal. Denicio Lopez and goalkeeper Gustavo Cabrera, who's got a real knack for making the big save in the big moment. Portugal's got Ricardo Semedo back there. He's one heck of a goalkeeper in his own right. The wager is up. Be sure to put your wager in. Will third place qualifying Portugal, coming through with 3 points and a -2, tied with Estonia for the worst knockout qualifier that we have had, will they have enough to get through group-winning Paraguay? Portugal and Paraguay onto the field in moments. It's time for kick. Portugal and Paraguay. Paraguay in the blue, Portugal the traditional red and green. Paraguay's reward for winning their group is one of the real underachieving giants of the game, the Portuguese, who along with the Argentines have not won a World Cup in the past 100 years. And they have really struggled to make any impact at all in the world of football. Paraguay, on the other hand, have been on the rise. Paraguayan football has seen few better days than what they've had recently. Zander Franquesa. Romana. Finding Franquesa. Silva. Gonçalves, Montero, good layered attacking play here for the Portuguese. Montero, great ball. Look at this, Van Zeller is all the way home. It took them 80 minutes to score against the Dominican Republic to save their souls in the group stage. It's taken them 14 minutes to score against one of South America's finest nations, Paraguay. Decisive move for Portugal. And Paraguay now in need of a response as Cabrera claims the ball. Looking long for Duarte. There wasn't much hope in that play. Gonçalves. Gonçalves! Oh, goodness me! João Gonçalves, and this is the best Portugal's looked all tournament by a long strike. João Gonçalves from near 30 yards away. And Cabrera couldn't find it, and Portugal's leapt out to a 2-0 advantage. And they are keeping the pressure on. Coronel heads it away, Franquesa and Silva. And now it's Franquesa. Driving run ahead for Franquesa. He's made his move. Back towards Silva. And Carvalho saved by Cabrera. They really can't be conceding a third goal here, Paraguay. They've got to manage to survive this if they're going to give themselves a chance. Von Zeller, Coronel there again. It escapes Aguilera, and Portugal is able to maintain possession. Aguilera now has won the ball back. One goal would really change the outlook for Paraguay, but it feels quite bleak at the moment. Delgado. Remigio Delgado out for Jimenez. Delgado now turning to the inside. He escapes Montero. Duarte. What a delivery out to Jimenez. Jimenez. Blanketed for the moment, he escapes his mark. Jimenez saved! Semedo! Very strong hands from Semedo. His Portuguese team trying to change the narrative they contributed to with their terrible group stage performance. We have another group stage winner that's in danger here. This would be an upset on the seeding, a large one. Duarte. Jimenez. On the attack now, Jimenez. Jimenez going all the way to the inline. He pulls it back for Torres. Torres into Duarte! How has this not gone in? Remigio Delgado's header bouncing around like a pinball. And Paraguay can't believe they haven't scored now. The chances have been there for Paraguay as this half is bore on. But they have not found a chance to score against Portugal. The two early goals from Van Zelle and Gonçalves are the difference. Good step by Remigio Delgado. Aguilera. Oh, it's an excellent tackle by Romana that might start something for Portugal. Mauricio Van Zelle. Van Zelle. That was hopeful. And not much there. We head to the end of the first half with a big 2-0 lead for Portugal. A 2-0 lead for Portugal that Paraguay has tried and tried to break open, but they have not been able to. Well taken by Jimenez into Delgado. Well possessed now by the Paraguayans. They've got to show their stuff now. There's no more time to wait. Jimenez streaking forward. Jimenez, a wiggle on to Delgado! And Hector Delgado's header has found the wrong side of the post for Paraguay. They're putting together the type of plays that could produce goals, Paraguay. But those goals are not forthcoming. Montero, intercepted by Pires. Delgado brings it forward. Lopez, Torres, Jimenez now. He's been able to create most of their moves from here. Good pass up to Torres. Back towards Delgado! Hector Delgado has been able to ask every question but the final one. He has 16 heading, Hector Delgado. He just can't find the net right now. And Paraguay can't believe they're still down 2 goals to Portugal. Cabrera beating that ball forward. Gonçalves able to control back to Lamela. Portugal, with 2 early goals in a flurry, have managed to hold them for now. Montero to Luciano, on to Lopez. Excellent move by Lopez. It's a hard charging run here. Nearly finished it off. Creating everything from nothing there, Lopez. But the hour is late for Paraguay. It would be something remarkable if they were able to bring this back now. They've wasted many a good chance. 1.7 XG for the Paraguayans has gone to waste. And Portugal, despite their 3rd place group stage finish, look like they've got their tickets booked for the last 16. As this round of 32 plods along, Portugal just a few minutes away now. That's a bad delivery. Lopez settled by Carvalho and Elhicas and Montero. Gonçalves, the fullback Gonçalves, carrying forward up to Elias. Oh my word, that was some hit. It was steered wide by Paraguay's defense. Portugal have managed to turn survival into an art form. They are in the last 16 at the expense of Paraguay. And the great South American teams, Paraguay, Ecuador, they are being shown the door here in this first round. Snack break. Oh, that was another fabulous day. Welcome back to the studio on Zealand News Network. Penalties between Argentina and Congo. Morocco pedal to the metal against Japan. And then Portugal with 2 early goals. And then a siege from Paraguay where they could not find a way through. That sets up a final day of France, Jordan, Senegal, Mali, then Ivory Coast, Brazil. Ivory Coast, the top 10 team in the world, might be able to push Brazil for something. An all-African showdown here, and the Jordanians looking for a miracle against France in the opening match of the day. Let's take a look at the tree and how things are shaping up thus far. England will be playing Portugal in the round of 16. That was the game to decide who they would play, while Argentina and Morocco will be the round of 16 match there. There are 2 more days worth of matches, of course, to decide the last 3 pairings that will be going into this round. We have France and Jordan first, and we'll send it back to Clive Livingsworth to take you through the action. All right, it's time. France and Jordan, this would be a monumental upset. The French, outside of the Spanish and the Brazilians, have been the best team in football. They have been sensational. They have carried that through in this tournament, delivering a 9-point performance over Uruguay, Tanzania, and Qatar. Meanwhile, Jordan, a team that battled its way through their group with a win against Bolivia, a 2-1 win against Bolivia, but suffered defeats to Morocco and Iceland, both by a goal each. They are a team that is certainly on the outside looking in when it comes to the talent department. They, more so nearly than any team in the knockouts outside of Estonia, lack those top-level players to really bother an opponent. They do, however, have a certain number of players that are able to compete at the physical level against these opponents. Guys like Tariq Al-Jafre, who are able to move and hang and run and stride with these world-class players they're going up against. But it has been an underdog run to this point for Jordan, and they have earned the right to take the field against France. They have absolutely earned that right. Will they be able to do anything with that right is the real serious question. The superstar forward Matisse Lafitte will be leading the way with Simon Set, who had a very good group stage coming in. Prince Jackson, the superstar midfielder, will be reappearing in the lineup after resting in the final group stage match. They have Mohamed Toumi, who many would argue is the best central defender in the world. Then a good goalkeeper as well, of course, in Jonathan Colas. This would be an all-time upset. This would be an all-time upset. The current prediction has this at 89% to France and 11% to Jordan. As we head to the field, the round of 32 rolls on. France and Jordan. Zia, thank you so much for the 16 months. He said, I don't believe in Jordan, but I believe in long odds. Jordan's got the longest odds of really any team in this competition left. Could the Asian side, the Middle East side, the Arab Cup side, Jordan, potentially trouble the six-time world champions France? Or 7 or 8. It's France, Brazil, and Spain that have been the real elites of world football in the last 100 years. Any of those 3 teams going down would make shockwaves, particularly to Jordan, who have been a fairly consistent World Cup participant, but they have certainly not been a team prone to a deep run. France now in control of possession, and we're underway. Decoré. Back to Bayat. Bayat settles on the ball. Perez. Bayat's going to go for this. It deflects to Decoré. It's gone in. Was he onside? It looks like he will be, and it's rather disastrous for Jordan. Hands on hips for Hassan. It's gone down as an own goal. He is going to be onside. It was played by Jordan and then played off Al Samamre to go in. That is a disastrous moment for the Jordanians. They made multiple defensive mistakes to hand that one to France. And this French team, which would be very happy with the draw they've received, obviously, in this round of 32, are sitting in the right spot to cruise through with a victory. Jordan is now going to need to score a goal in order to topple France. And it is not at all clear where that goal might come from for Jordan. Simonset spinning it in. Al-Mansra brings it down. Perez beaten away by Jamal Hassan. He's going to need to make quite a few saves in this game. Lafitte. It's a bit of a chipped ball headed towards Perez. Lafitte charging in. Lafitte inside. They walked it in. Decoré. Dogsy, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you for supporting the stream. Enjoy your bacon. Enjoy your emotes. Enjoy watching this murder of Jordan. Lafitte just dragging the defense out of position. They weren't able to mark up correctly. There's nothing really Hassan can do in that situation. It was always long odds for Jordan, and the long odds have grown. The French lead comfortably 2-0 over the Jordanians here. Hassan did not get much on that, and Decoré has settled the ball. Decoré rolled through to Hassan. Jordan cannot just blow things up. If they open up too much, France will score at will. But they've got to find chances to take their moments, and that was not a good ball for Hassan. Simonset. Charistol. Grange. Toomey. Carton. Bayat. Decoré. Running ball for Perez. This is exactly where France would want to be. Decoré's made his move. Al-Rawashdi and Mahmoud. Pretty physical, savage defending from the Jordanians. But it's given Simonset a chance here. Simonset! Hit the post. The wall well constructed by Hassan to keep the ball away. The odds are so long for Jordan. Another goal from France would surely sink them. Toomey. Into Perez. The Jordanians trying to apply some pressure on the ball. But again, they cannot open themselves up too much. There's a real gap in quality in this match. Simonset. Oh, he's got Lafitte. That is beautiful football to Matisse Lafitte. And there's a question of whether he was onside. And I think that might be GG's. Simonset, Matisse Lafitte taking it first time. When the draw came out, this was circled as the match that was expected to be a blowout. It was really the only one on the schedule that was fully expected to be a mauling. And it is starting to turn into one. Simonset, Prince Jackson. Bayard, oh, it's a good ball for Perez. Well saved by Hassan. Able to drop to his knees there and hit the spread eagle. Jackson has it. He might go for a goal here. Hassan's there again. And he's going to be putting up some serious numbers in goal because Jordan has really struggled coming out of the half to keep France away from the mouth of the goal. Mahmoud able to head it clear, but Jackson, once again, the superstar midfielder, has settled it, and Bayard's won his way in! And this is one spell of dominance from France not to be forgotten. They are in suffocating control of Jordan. Perez. And they're just right back into that possession. Decoré, Lafitte charging forward! It might be snack time for the announcer. It's 4-0. It's a dominant lead for France, that is for certain. Lafitte from 40 yards away. He's tried his luck and shown his quality. What a goal by Lafitte. He certainly knows how to use his Lafitte to great effect against Jordan. And this is going to set the Jordan-LeBron debate back centuries. It's been a difficult ride for Jordan in this round. Carrere, Hassan saves. When does Romania play? They've already beaten Scotland. Romania is in the last 16. Perez has blasted the ball wide. A great World Cup tournament for Jordan. They won a World Cup match against a South American qualifier in Bolivia. But it has come to a crashing end here. France looking for 6. They will find it with Decoré. France have taken Jordan back out behind the woodshed now. 6-0 to the French and one of the tournament favourites. Oh my goodness, an injury to Lafitte. Up 6-0 against Jordan. Lafitte has picked up a minor injury, and we will see how that affects the rest of this tournament. He has a hat trick in the second half here. Dyer. Stefat. In behind, he's found Hassan, and they do have a goal. It's Bani Domi. Allah Bani Domi for Jordan. And you respect the hustle. They're picking the ball up and running to the center circle. Stefat's been a bright spot for Jordan in this tournament. He's the man that pops this up to Hassan. Well blocked, but Allah Bani Domi was ready, and that is a prideful goal for Jordan. After an overall brutal experience here, they have managed to find a goal against France for Allah Bani Domi. Well, we always knew that was going to be the one blowout of this round. It would have been stunning if they'd pulled it back, but now we have a real sub-Saharan African treat. Senegal against Mali. Now, if you remember the group stage of this competition, you'll remember Senegal battling with South Korea, finishing in second. The defeat against the South Koreans, a draw with the Dominican Republic, and a victory over Portugal. All very confusing from Senegal overall, but they did fight their way into second position. While Mali managed a win over Estonia, a draw with Iraq, then lost their match against Paraguay 4-0. Part of the reason that Paraguay looked like such a promising team going into the knockout rounds was their resounding victory over Mali. But now it's two second-place teams, and those always produce the best matches in this round. Mali and Senegal. For Senegal, their star players are going to be weighted towards the front of the team. Amdi Somko, who was key in their final group stage match, scoring 2 goals. Zargo Galas, a player that was able to create many an opportunity with his pushes down the wing. Mamadou Diop, a tremendous facilitating midfielder, flanked by Pierre Fall, who's more of a space-filling type midfield player. Yaya Tal, got plenty of pace on that right side. Matar Gay on the left side, not necessarily in the same level. Mbenge, very big, strong central defender. And Ousseynou Dieng, not big, not quick. He's all brains, Ousseynou Dieng, trying to get to the right spot and cut off the play. Omar Nyang's their goalkeeper. Been a bit hit or miss in this tournament. For Mali, they have Shikna Sumaro, who is certainly a quality player, up at the front, and Malik Sangare, who is their world-class superstar on that left wing. Abubakar Sangare is the passing playmaker, so it's Abubakar Sangare and Malik Sangare, who are the guys that can really make the plays, with Suleiman Gindo streaking down that left side, and Karamoko Dion. Good fullbacks on these two teams. Oh, specifically on Mali, not on Senegal at all. This is a glorious opportunity for both of these teams. Familiar foes in West Africa, Senegal and Mali. A regional rivalry on the global stage. Both finishing second in their World Cup groups. Only one will be in the last 16 of the World Cup now. The handshakes are in place. The suits are on. And Mali gets us underway. It's Senegal in the white, Mali in the yellow with the stripes on the front. Which of these teams will be able to seize the moment? Senegal had a chance to finish first in their group before falling to a rousing defeat against South Korea, while Mali was nearly eliminated in the group stage but found a draw against Iraq to save itself and go through. Sane's gone all the way. Sonko saved by Conte. Sane back to Tal. And Sengare's intercepted. Will Mali be able to throw a counter punch here? No, Diop has taken it away and found Fall. Wow, an immediate moment for Ami Sonko. But Conte was able to slam the door. The Malian goalkeeper is one of the bright spots of the team, Mandala Conte. Amdi Sonko, who scored 2 goals in this World Cup already for Senegal. I couldn't even tell you what the upset would be in this tie. These are two nations that have been playing at a very similar level over the past 100 years of football. There's not much to separate them. Niang lofts the ball into the middle. Samake, Sangore, Diallo, Niakate, Dione's got Diallo, he's got room! Oh, he's at the post! Sangore's there! It's a Boubacar Sangore for Mali! It's their big star. Diallo went for the tough one. It got around Niang and hit the post, and Abubakar Sangare's there to clean it up. To put Mali in front against their rivals, Senegal. So long, the bottlers of Africa, and it looked like they might bottle it again in the group stage against Iraq. They came back. They equalized. They got through to the knockouts. And now that they're here, they plan on staying a little while. Senegal is now in trouble. Sangare. Mbenge heads away, but Mali still has it. Dione. Niakate goes for goal! What an effort from Niakate. He nearly did it. Would have been one hell of a way to go into the halftime for Mali, but they have to go in up 1-0. And they will absolutely take that. Winner take all. Winner take a spot in the last 16. Mali and Senegal. Guindo. Back towards Keita. Niakate. Settled by Guindo. Mbenge, Diallo. It's Mamadou Sangare and Diallo. Back to Sangare. Sumaro! The flag is up! Was he onside? Shikna Sumaro. This could be Mali's triumphant World Cup moment here. Not only have they made the knockouts and come from behind fashion, they lead Senegal. Shikma Sumaro. And we might see him tomorrow. Senegal is desperate. They had their chances early. Amdi Sonko missed them. And they are now being made to rue those missed chances. They're being made to rue what they nearly had. Mali has got Senegal on the ropes. This could be Mali's moment. They've always had the talent. But now in 21-26, they might have the results to match it. Ten minutes remaining for Senegal. The first knockout round might be the stopping point for this Senegalese team. And Mali looking to survive and advance once again. They won what was virtually a knockout match against Iraq with their draw. Senegal is going to need something really special, and if it's going to start, it has to start here. Diallo, save! Oh, it's gone in! Dauda Diallo has scored! The whistle's gone, they're going to review this. Couldn't really see what happened in a scramble in front of the goal, but Senegal might have some late life here. The goal is given. Barry towards Diallo. It hit the post. Conte got lunging for the ball. He couldn't grab it, and Diallo lashes it in. Senegal needs another highlight, and they need it quickly. Or Mali will be walking out of here victorious. And Senegal does not find that highlight. It is Mali that is going to the last 16 at the 21-26 World Cup. Mali have done it. 16 teams left that can win the World Cup, and Mali is one of them. And now a match that captures the imagination. This is really one of the finest matches we could hope to get at this World Cup. Brazil, who have been, in a word, unbelievable. Cirio Log Perez, Wallace, Alexander Linares. You're not going to find a hole in this team anywhere. Antonio Alvarenga, who's trying to overcome an injury to be able to play at this World Cup again. He will play today. Walter Rana, unbelievable pace on him. If there is maybe a weakness, they are a bit old in defense, with Jalcinho still starting back there. And Willian back there as well. He's actually a tremendous player, so what do I know? Silvio Luis, the veteran, long-tenured superstar in that midfield, continues to hold it down. And they have Uder, who is a tremendous goalkeeper as well. They are so difficult to beat. But if there is a team that can beat them, it might just be Ivory Coast. They have real quality. They are ranked 10th in the entire world. And they have the talent to back it up. Frank Kofi is a dangerous player. Yakuba Kuyo, and the general technical ability of this whole team is at a very, very high level. Etienne Boya, the 21-year-old midfielder, is a really bright spot for this team. And they do have some competent defending, with Abdul Sumaro and Traore. Sumaro checking in at 6'7". Plenty of size out of two of their three central defenders. And Luke Traore, a really good goalkeeper, a tremendous natural shot-stopping player. It's time to wager. Will it be Brazil or will it be Ivory Coast? Brazil has murdered its way into these knockouts and has 85% of the vote right now. But we have two top 10 teams in the world. In the round of 32, what an absolute treat. Ivory Coast and Brazil. A pleasure to be able to watch this one. The 9-time world champions, Brazil. The most in history. Ivory Coast has never won it. But they do have a fabulous team ranked number 10 on the planet. The only issue is Brazil is ranked number 1. Can the Ivorians pull the upset and take out one of the three titans of Spain, France, and Brazil in this tournament? We will find out shortly enough. Orange versus yellow. Africa versus South America. And two top 10 teams clash. Ivory Coast and Brazil. Whoever wins this match will be one of the favorites. Even if it is Ivory Coast that knocks Brazil out, if they're capable of doing that, they are one of the favorites for this tournament, and they were a dark horse coming in. All we've seen is Brazil destroying teams, but the Ivorians have really locked in on this. The first 5 shots of this match have gone to Ivory Coast. Then there might be a real chance that Ivory Coast can do something here. They are not shying away from this moment. They're not backing down from it. It's a brutal draw from Brazil to look at it from their perspective, to get a top 10 team in the world after winning their group. Ivory Coast finishing second in theirs. One of those rare first-second pairings. And the first 30 minutes have passed without a huge chance, but with really even exchanges in possession and XG and shots between the Ivory Coast and Brazil. We have not seen yet that really clear chance that defines a match in these first 40 minutes. Lag Pires. Willian. Rolling it wide to Rana. There's room now for Lag Pires. He's the danger man. Finds the middle. Wallace. Bamba's there. Desperate defending from the Ivorians, but Bamba was there and made easy work of the block in the end. Lag Pires getting free for a moment is dangerous for the Ivory Coast. We head into the second half at 0-0. The Ivory Coast in Brazil. Locked in a fight to the death. Two teams that would have figured they would advance beyond this point in the tournament for certain, but now they are facing each other. Sandero, thank you for the 13 months. Brazil, many people's favorites to get La Decima, the 10th. For the final 30 minutes here, and Ivory Coast is right with them. It's a set piece for Brazil. Rana, headed away by Sumaharo. It's spun back in, he's got Lag Pires! Oh no! It's a penalty for Brazil. Lag Pires able to create separation, and now it's Traoré against the veteran, the talisman, over 100 caps, Silvio Luis. His shot is in for Brazil. Traoré with the hands on the hips. And Brazil has the lead in a hard-fought match here. Silvio Luis finds side netting on Traoré. Ivory Coast in need of a response. They have looked fairly capable of creating in this match. In Gessam. Maiga was looking for Kofi. He could not find him. And now Lag Pires has drifted into space again. Here he goes. Wallace. Up to Lag Pires. On to Costa! It looked offside. They'll celebrate for the moment, but Lag Pires looked to have come back onside from an offside position. If it does count, it might be curtains for Brazil, but it does not. Ivory Coast is still alive. The penalty is the only difference. A very difficult round of 32 match, obviously, for both of these teams. The Ivory Coast, who've mustered 10 shots towards goal in this game, they've evened Brazil's shots on target. They need to find one that goes beyond UDET. They need to find one that goes in. But they might not be able to create that chance, that glorious glimmer of hope that's still there in a 1-0 match for Ivory Coast. Will there be one more highlight that could provide that moment? They've outshot Brazil in this match. They've outpossessed them. But it will be Brazil who's going to fight their way through Ivory Coast today. Ivory Coast showing their quality, showing that they're capable of playing at this level. But alas, they were not able to slay the world's finest team at the moment. Brazil has played its way through. And that brings us to our final day of the World Cup as we go back to the studio. Thank you so much, Clive. That was an incredibly tightly clinched final match between Ivory Coast and Brazil. The Brazilians winning it on a penalty, won by Log Pires. Mali with the 2-1 win over Senegal to send themselves through to the last 16, and France has ushered Jordan out of the competition with authority. We take a look at the tree and where everybody is. It looks as though Mali will be taking on Brazil in the round of 16. We will see if another West African nation has better luck with the Brazilians. France is still awaiting who they're going to play. They are going to be playing either... No, they're going to be playing the winner of South Korea and Estonia in the last 16. Switzerland and Slovakia, Iceland and Belgium are there. The matchup set up so far are USA, Romania, England, Portugal, Spain, Mexico, Uruguay, Italy, Mali, Brazil, Argentina, Morocco. But it's time to get you set for those last three matches. Who's there? What's happening? Slovakia. They, I believe, were group winners in the group stage of this competition. They found some very late heroics in order to finish ahead of Ivory Coast. It was that ridiculous match that ended in a 2-2 draw between Slovakia and Ivory Coast that set up that match between Brazil and the Ivorians. So Slovakia is a group winner. They're taking on a team that did not win their group. They're taking on the Swiss, who finished second behind Brazil, but managed to eke out ahead of Japan. Their only win, of course, against Egypt. They won that 3-0. That's what made the difference between them and the Japanese when it came to the rubber meeting the road on where they would finish in the league. So, Slovakia and Switzerland. The Slovakian team has been very surprising. They knocked out Germany in qualifying as well. South Korea won all three matches in the group stage. Estonia was the last third-place team in. They've had a miraculous run to get all the way to the knockouts of the World Cup. It should be South Korea all day. And then Iceland and Belgium. Belgium won the group of death. They have won the World Cup once in their history. And they have an opportunity to try and add a second with this kind of draw. Iceland won 2 matches. They beat Jordan. They beat Bolivia in order to get to this point. Their only loss was to Morocco, and they only lost that by 1 goal. So it's not necessarily the easiest trip through. It's not necessarily the easiest trip through. Although Belgium will be the favorite, Iceland has shown that they have some real capabilities here. They do have some real capabilities. Snack time for the announcers. That's it for Zealand Sports Network. We'll be ready in a moment for the final day of round of 32 action. Have you been wondering where you can find F1? Look no further than Apple TV. For all of your F1 needs, the exclusive home of F1, as you've probably seen if you're watching on Twitch, and the exclusive sponsor of the Zealand Sports Network in the 21-26 World Cup that's happening here this week. We thank them for their support for enabling Clive Livingsworth's peculiar, habits in the cryogenic chamber that's allowed Clive Livingsworth to live for 150 years. But in case you didn't know, Apple TV would like us to remind you here on the Zealand Sports Network that F1 does start this weekend down in Melbourne, and all of your coverage is exclusively going to be on Apple TV, behind the scenes, practices, the drama, the news, qualification, anything you could possibly want on demand at any time on Apple TV. You have access to it. They are the exclusive provider in the U.S. of all of your F1 content. You rolling with Audi or Cadillac, the new teams. You hating on Aston Martin. Are you rooting for Ferrari? Are you rooting for Mercedes? Are you rooting for Red Bull and Max Verstappen? Do you think Lando Norris is going to defend his title? All that's going down on Apple TV. Thought I could find it in theaters? No. F1's on Apple TV? You're damn right. Not in movie theaters, not on your normal TV, on your Apple-shaped TV, all right? Or on any device, actually. It works on any device. If you get a smart toaster and you can get the Apple TV app on it, boom. You can get F1 on that device. Said Clive Livingsworth was frozen in a vat of Guinness. I will not disclose any strategies that have allowed Clive Livingsworth to live as long as he's actually been able to live. But thank you to Apple TV for sponsoring the Zealand Sports Network, and we hope you guys are able to find all of your great F1 news there on Apple TV. Who do you guys think is actually going to win? Somebody that's knowledgeable at F1, because I'm an absolute casual. I'm an absolute casual. Who do you guys think? Who's supposed to win? Somebody said Mercedes yesterday. Lance Stroll. I know Aston Martin's supposed to be terrible. I know. The rich team will win. Usually. They all are rich, except for like one of them. There's always one that's not. Russell or Hamilton because Leclerc is cursed. Dude, is Verstappen just cooked now? Is Verstappen just never going to be able to do anything? Nobody picks him to win. The car is meh. If Cadillac finish in points, I'll be surprised. I mean, it's got to be hard to be a new team. It's got to be hard to be a new team. Max was 2 points off the world championship with a tractor last year. Dude, I'm not going to lie. Referring to slow cars in F1 as tractors is one of my favorite things about the sport. You want to know the absolute truth? One of my favorite things about the sport is referring to slow cars as tractors. It makes me laugh every single time. Every single time it makes me laugh. Cadillac are doing a good job so far. So, like, how do you judge that, though? How do you judge that? They haven't done anything, and apparently they all sandbag their tests that they do, like their public testing. You watch it. Their car works, vibes, times being better than Aston Martin. How many VPMs you have? How many vrooms per minute you have? That's the metric I want. I want to know how many vrooms per minute. How many vrooms per minute are they able to create? That's what it's what I want to know. Over 9,000. What's a good vrooms per minute to have like a good F1 team? All right, Clive, get back in here, man. Oh, I do love me some F1. You know, I like to watch that when I'm soaking down about 15 Guinnesses, you know, just to get ready for the broadcast. Okay, Switzerland and Slovakia are our last three round of 32 matches on feature here. Switzerland featuring Henry Cookie It's got great finishing and not much else. Turgut Varol is the better striking option, with Isaac Tonga being the guy that can really make things happen going forward. Markovski, very decisive defender. He can play in midfield, but they use him as a central defensive role, and it's not a particularly good one. Maxime Fuchs is in goal for Switzerland. Slovakia now. The plural of Guinness is Guinness-I. Don't try to tell me. Don't try to tell me that. Don't try to tell me that. I know you're lying. All right, this Slovakian team, they've got Peter Gaspar, who has real quality, but they are not a team that shows a ton of quality from other positions. Tomovic has got good pace. Marek Zabo. This is a better-looking team than I remember it the last time we interacted with them. Their defense has good pace on the outsides, but they do not have a ton of technical quality through that defense. If they are under sustained pressure, it could be an issue. Two teams that not many people are talking about, and maybe they should be. Slovakia won their group ahead of Ivory Coast in stunning fashion after eliminating Germany in qualifying. Switzerland, the perpetual World Cup nation, trying to battle their way to a last 16 appearance. Is this the moment that Switzerland finally puts together a deep run? Or will Slovakia's rather magic performances up to this point allow them to continue their momentum into the knockout stages? The teams are out of the tunnel. It is time. The final day of round of 32 matches at the 21-26 World Cup is underway. Gaspar. Opiella. Kuki. Turgut Varol. Stadelman. Settles it with Indemüller. Tugrul Arkan. There's room now for Tugrul Arkan. He's got some ability. He is one of the guys that can make plays. Stadelman goes for goal, and ooh. Looked as though Luptak was a bit out of position. It looked as though Luptak was a bit out of position. Turgut Varol, Mas, Krasniki, Tonga. Tonga in the driving run. He's found Kuki! Oh, that's what Kuki does. He's a brilliant finisher, but he couldn't find a way by Big Luptak this time. He could not find a way by Luptak. Now, I was really sad when they got rid of Gunther Steiner from Haas. That was really the only fun thing about Haas for a long time. Now I feel like they have zero fun things. Tonga. Tonga with a shake and bake down to the outside now. Mas. Slippery ball for Tonga. It's still 0-0, but it's been one-way traffic for Switzerland. Mas is gone! And that's tipped away by Luptak, who's off to another wonderful start. He's had a great tournament so far, the Slovakian goalkeeper. Kovacs. Indemüller. Tugrul Arkan. Indemüller. Oh, it's found Kuki! Was he onside? That was a genius little finish. They just left him alone. And Kuki scores. It's a poacher's goal. Indemüller to Kuki. They've judged it onside. It was very close. But a poacher's intuition is giving Switzerland the inside track to the round of 16. The real inside track for Switzerland. Stadelman. Indemüller. Tugrul Alkan. Indemüller back to Stadelman. Stadelman settles it with Gautier, and now Stadelman, and now Maas. Tugrul Alkan. Tonde Indemüller. Oh, blocked away by Slovakia. It's Zvara who's thrown his body in the way of it. Slovakia has been absolutely dominated by Switzerland. We did not know that Switzerland had this kind of capability. Slovakia won a very impressive group to get to this round of 32. It would be another group winner by the wayside. Oh, flick header. Wait a second. Mravets is in. Mravets has scored. Good old-fashioned football from Slovakia. Mravets, how do you like your eggs in the morning? Right before the half, it's a smash and grab equaliser for Slovakia. Okay. Slovakia doing absolutely tremendous work. And now, all of a sudden, the very vaunted explosive Swiss attack is nowhere to be found. And this Slovakian team is showing how they managed to handle Ivory Coast, how they managed to handle Germany in European qualifying. They are not the classiest, but you're not going to blow them out. And they will find chances to create goals. Extra time seems to be beckoning here. Krestisch. Gaspar knocked down to Honko. Kuki, who has the goal for Switzerland now. Oh, Turgut Varol's turned it. Turgut Varol! Turgut Varol! What a turn that is from Turgut Varol! He's left Slovakia for dead there and rolled it into the corner. And it's a moment of individual brilliance that might make all the difference for Switzerland. One of their key players, he has been this whole tournament. Slovakia needs to come from behind yet again. They do it all the time. Tugrul Alkan. Markovski back for Tugrul Alkan. Tugrul Alkan taken by Tomovic. Tomovic plays it. Honko is there. Honko, what a touch! Honko! That's the moment where they always score and they haven't. They did get their breakthrough and Honko could not score it. It was all there for Honko. It was all there. But now Switzerland's gone through to the last 16. A 2-1 win. And one of the most intriguing knockout matches is what we have up next. South Korea against Estonia. South Korea group winners on all 9 points. They have a brilliant team. They are one of the teams that has a real chance to win this tournament. Won Min-ki paired with Lee Guan-yong up front. That is a great pairing of strikers with Lee Hae-sung and Shin Ji-soo out on the wings. The midfield perhaps a little thin with Yu Chol-woo and Lee Jong-min. They do have a very sturdy defense led by Seo Jae-young and Lee Jong-min Kim Byung-soo is a brilliant goalkeeper on the back end for South Korea as well. For Estonia, there's very little in the way of quality in this team. They have really stunned with their performance to qualify out of Europe, and not only that, get 3 points in this tournament. They won their second match. They won their match against Iraq, and it is what brought them here. It will be really spectacular if they are able to find a way to win again. Matthias Willem-Rubel stepping in. They're changing their defensive shape a little bit now, bringing those wings further back. Kabinski's the man that's got to find the passes from the midfield. He's the one that has to find the passes, and then Marcus Volk and Edward Cook have to score if they are presented with a chance. They have to score. Estonia was the last team to qualify for these knockouts. What does South Korea have against them? The odds are 96% to South Korea. The Estonian magic carpet ride they've been on to this round of 32 looks like it might finally be done. They battled their way to qualify by 1 goal difference as a third place team. South Korea have won all 3 matches they've played at this World Cup. A barnstorming of Senegal in their last match was the last time we've seen them on the pitch. South Korea and Estonia. Only one of these teams will be in the last 16, and if it is Estonia, it would be the shock of the tournament. It's already a big surprise that Estonia has managed to be here, and let alone be here. This is a World Cup knockout match featuring Estonia, and that in itself is a remarkable achievement for this forgotten footballing nation that has done so incredibly, unbelievably well to get to this point. But it is now, you would figure, time for them to exit at the hands of South Korea. Will the East Asian side be able to see that through, or will we have an all-time Cinderella headed to the last 16? The odds are massively in favor of South Korea. The voting odds were well over 90%. But Estonia, surviving through the first 20 minutes, seemingly okay. One of the 2 teams that just seems to lack, any real star players that made this knockout. Jordan, the other one. And Jordan was, of course, put to the sword by France 6-1. Now it's a set piece. Maybe this is a chance for Estonia. Lee Guang-yong heads away. But Edward Cook has won it back. He spins it towards Varta, and Varta has scored! Matthias Varta! Varta with a perfect header by Kim Byung-soo. And it's a 5-alarm fire for South Korea. Estonia has unthinkably taken the lead here. Cook with the assist. Varta with the header. Estonia with the lead. South Korea is shell-shocked. One of the real dark horse candidates in this tournament, the South Koreans. Kim Byung-soo playing it out towards Lee Sejong, Lee Jong-min. Now it's Volk. Oh my goodness, he's found Cook. Cook over the top has scored again for Estonia. Edward Cook. What a delivery by Volk. And Edward Cook brings it down and slots a perfect finish by Kim Byung-soo. Estonia's flying higher than their wildest dreams at this World Cup. They've got South Korea on the ropes. Edward Cook with the game of his life. The Estonians are destined for the last 16. unless South Korea can find one really big turnaround. "45 minutes for South Korea. They've won all 3 matches at this World Cup. They're a top 15 nation in the world with quality players throughout the team. And they are 40 minutes from a stunning elimination at the hands of Estonia. Kim Byung-soo, Lee Jung-min. South Korea can do this. They have the quality. They nearly blew Senegal away in their last group match. Lee Ui-jo, Kim Jong-chul. He's floated one to Lee Hae-sung. No, you has scored for South Korea. Not so fast, my friends. Excellent individual effort from Yoo Chol-woo. Yoo Chol-woo showing life for South Korea. Estonia holding tight to a 2-1 lead at the moment. They're going to need Lepik to make the saves. It's all down to the last 30 minutes, and Estonia trying to hold on to an unimaginable result. They're still holding. South Korea keeping the pressure on right now. The match being played almost exclusively in Estonia's half of the field. But South Korea has not found the open door they are searching for. Estonia is still up 2-1 against South Korea, but it is a corner. Kim Jong-chul. Hunt scoops it clear. Who's going to get there first? It looks like it will be South Korea. Song Hyun-sung. They had many numbers forward on that set piece. Song looking for Han. Han Min-soo. Kim Jong-chul. Kim Jong-chul leaves it over. Estonia is holding. Stunning results here for South Korea. They've outshot them 24-6. But Estonia has the lead. 10 minutes to play. 5 minutes to play. Estonia is still in front. Desperation time for South Korea. It's a monumental upset on the cards. Lee Hae-sung has had it stolen. Rubel, Hunt, anywhere will do. Lee Ui-jo with the turn. Good ball out to Hae-sung. Lee Hae-sung, Han Min-soo, blocked away. Still with them. Yoo Chol-woo. Now from outside the area, Lepik didn't see it till late. He kicks it wide. South Korea can't break down the door. Lepik has made 11 saves. We've got a highlight in the 91st minute. Lee Hae-sung. They're throwing balls in the area. Polyakov. It's a counter on for Estonia. Volk. They could end it here. Volk. Charging forward. Slid. Hunt. Oh, he's been fouled by Lee Hae-sung. This could be it. It's beyond unbelievable. The Estonians at 140th in the world have made the knockouts, and they have South Korea on life support. Mironov to ice it. He doesn't! Kim Byung-soo saves it! What a save for Kim Byung-soo! South Korea's alive! Alec is in absolutely no hurry to take this corner for Estonia. South Korea will likely have an extra minute of added time to do something. Alec headed away. Yoo Chol-woo. This would be genuinely unbelievable now. Han Byung-gun. He's floated it. They've got room. Lee Hae-sung. No! It's cleared by Estonia. Estonia's going to the last 16. The lowest ranked team in the entire World Cup has bludgeoned its way to the last 16 beyond one of the dark horse favorites. There are 16 teams that can win the World Cup, and Estonia is one of them. I'm gonna get some more water, dude. That's unbelievable. So I just choked on water. Like, probably the worst I ever have in my entire life. Literally took a sip of water, and I guess it just went down the wrong pipe or whatever. And literally, it was so bad, I felt like I was choking on water. Like, you know when you try to breathe in, but something's gone wrong with your body, and it's like, like I could not get a breath for like a whole minute. That's called drowning. Yeah, I think I was just drowning. I just waterboarded myself. I was literally just trying to get water, and I took a sip while walking back in the room, and then had to sit out there for a minute and a half and get my breathing rhythm back. Because I was literally sitting there in an empty apartment going, I couldn't even tell you. No idea. All right, back to Clive. Well, it's the final match of the round of 32 at this World Cup. We've unbelievably seen Estonia fight their way into the last 16 of this tournament. A truly memorable result for them. Estonia did this, clearly. Now it's Iceland and Belgium, group winners against group second place team. This is a very tasty, very good. Oh, I feel so much better. think it finally just settled. Whatever, all that water I just swallowed into my lungs just settled. Olafur Thorsen. He's got plenty of ability on that defensive side. Olafur Arnason, of course, going to be somebody that offers that defensive capability as well. Aaron Eli Filkerson, a guy that is capable of scoring at this level. He's got multiple goals in this World Cup. And Skirna Freya on Thorsen. He has plenty of explosiveness. They will certainly be looking for him. Well, Belgium starts Wout van den Bosch up front. That is a truly tremendous Belgian name, and Albin Rossi makes up the duo up front. This is a Belgian team that has now won a World Cup in its history. Valerian Maas is on that left wing-back position, while Kurt de Buscher is on the right wing-back position. Theodor Kolse is the truly tremendous midfield prospect on this team. 23 years of age, absolute superstar of a player. The round of 32 closes its curtains with this match between Iceland and Belgium. Will we see another stunning upset from a European minnow in Iceland? Or will the one-time world champions Belgium, winners of the group of death, prevail and carry that momentum into the last 16 of the tournament? It's the final spot available. There are 17 teams that can win the World Cup, and these are two of them. I almost died anyway. Let's get back to gaming. Absolutely. That's the spirit of it all. Mass for Aliaga. And Senegal. That's the spirit. That's the stuff. Iceland and Belgium. The fate of nations hanging on their play now. Absolutely outstanding possession numbers for Belgium. 79% in the possession right there. Genuinely, absolutely tremendous. They have not managed to show anything for it, but I'm sure Pep Guardiola would be incredibly happy. Mass to Van den Bosch. The Belgians in control of proceedings against Iceland so far. De Bock to Herman. Hidir Sa. Coulson. This is beautiful. De Buscher is flying around the outside for Belgium. Oh, off the line from Hal Grimson. Off the line from Hal Grimson. How has he managed to do that? What a clearance from the big Hal Grimson. Snorri Hal Grimson. He's got a winning mentality, and it was on full display there for Iceland. They have managed to keep things rather limited with Belgium so far. And that might open opportunities in this second half for the Icelandic national team. We've already seen Estonia go through to the last 16. I'm sure Iceland would feel left out, missing out on that opportunity. Belgium, on the other hand, a team with real aspirations to win this. Mass spinning this one. Gunnarsson's there. Some question mark around the goalkeeping position for Iceland overall, but Gunnarsson doing a very nice job there. Filkerson on Thorsen charging ahead. And that, not a great look, but perhaps the best look Iceland's had towards the goal, because it's their only shot of the match so far on 20% possession. So not too much working for Iceland. But the only thing that's still working for them is this match is 0-0. Belgium has not found a way through Iceland. And the longer they can keep Belgium from scoring, the greater the odds of them being able to force a penalty shootout become. They're already halfway there. But Belgium has the quality. They can turn this on at any time. They really have some great playmakers with Coulson and Swanepoel. De Bock has plenty of vision. Plenty of creativity and understanding of the game, but they have not really created much of anything. This is the ideal Icelandic performance here. Absolutely, utterly ideal performance from Iceland. They have totally squeezed the life out of this. Herman plays it short for Swanepoel. Oh, he's surely offside here, Bennett. He scored, but this does not seem worth celebrating. In the 87th minute, they finally hit the back of the net. I'm surprised the referee's allowed this to go on as long as he has. He's clearly offside. And Iceland's stout positional defending has continued to frustrate this Belgian side, and that is a great indicator of their frustration. Belgium clearly have shown their quality in this match, but Iceland have kept them away from the goal. 5 minutes away now, Iceland, from forcing extra time. Swanepoel back to collect. This frustrated Belgian team. Coulson chips it ahead to Bennett. Oh, he tried to catch Gunnarsson unaware. He was offside anyways. But Gunnarsson was more than wise to the ploy. And that will bring us into extra time. Oh, will it? Bennett's last chance here for Belgium. Arneson heads away. Belgium can steal it at the end. Mamishi. And we do have extra time in our final round of 32 match between Iceland and Belgium. Really not much in this. Not much in it at all. 0-0 in the opening 90 minutes, and this feels like a match that's being played at Iceland's pace. Even though Belgium's keeping possession, it feels as though Iceland is getting what they want out of this match so far. A set piece could be the antidote for Belgium. Evrard. Oh, it's hit it. Oh, there's a whistle. Mamishi was pushed by Olofsson somewhere in the fray. Arteta rolling over in his grave here as a penalty's given for a corner. And it will be Belgium in extra time from the penalty spot. Evrard against Gunnarsson. His hair flowing in the breeze. Evrard scores! Calmly enough for Belgium. And Iceland's trip to the knockouts might be a short one after all. It's a set-piece corner. Sam Evrard. Gunnarsson was never close to it, and now Iceland, who has not hit the target with a shot all day, have to find an equaliser to force a penalty shootout. Belgium at long last have leaned and leaned on Iceland, and the pressure finally showed, the cracks showed. Start of the second half of extra time for Iceland. Grimson getting things started. They have subbed in a few new forwards. Janusson. They've subbed in Bergson. They've subbed in Olafsson. But for whom will the ball fall kindly, if any? We've seen it from a few teams. You've got to survive in the knockouts. Belgium has survived Iceland today. They've absolutely survived Iceland. In the round of 32, ends with a whimper in extra time as Belgium makes its way through the Icelandic national team to set up the round of 16. It's the US, Romania, England, Portugal, Switzerland, Belgium, France and Estonia. Spain and Mexico, Uruguay and Italy, Mali and Brazil, Argentina and Morocco. France with perhaps the easiest draw they could have possibly imagined up to this point. And it's time for us to head back to the studio. Well, thank you, Clive Livingsworth. A very interesting round of 32 that produced one of the biggest upsets in World Cup history, Estonia making it to the last 16. Their reward is a game against France, which would then be the largest upset in the history of the World Cup. USA, Romania, probably the outlier in a group that gives us, a lot of opportunity for upsets. We'd say Morocco and Argentina, two pretty evenly matched teams here in 21-26. Switzerland and Belgium. Switzerland trying to get over that hill to be a real World Cup contender. They got to beat a team like Belgium to do it. England, Portugal, beautiful type of game there. Mexico's fourth in the world. Spain is a top 4 team as well. So that's 2 top 4 teams in the world there in Spain and Mexico. That's going to be a really tremendous tie, and that's what we're going to be treated to first here. We got 2 matches a day over the next couple of days, and it's going to be a really, really interesting time because we're starting with Spain and Mexico, and then we've got Uruguay and Italy just on drop. Then Italy, Romania, Brazil, Mali, and Switzerland, Belgium coming on that last day of all these knockout matches. Uruguay, Italy, very intriguing matchup. Uruguay has not been at this level for some time. They seem to be playing their way back into it, right? In England against Portugal, Portugal barely surviving in this tournament up to this point, doing a lot of work to get there. We do have 2 CONCACAF teams remaining in this round of 16, but unfortunately for lovers of parity, there are 2 African teams, but no Asian teams have made it to the last 16, despite there now being 2 Asian World Cup winners. Just 1 African World Cup winner in Algeria in Africa's entire history to 21-26 at this point. Can Mali write that script? If they can beat Brazil, they absolutely can do it. They would absolutely be the ones to be capable of doing it. But let's get into the action. We've got an absolutely tremendous tie here between Spain and Mexico. That's going to be the first one for us. We're going to make sure that the autosaves are working the way they're supposed to be working, and they absolutely are. So Mexico against Spain. 2 top 4 teams in the world. Mexico's never won the World Cup in this instance. Spain, on the other hand, they have won 7 World Cups now in their history. Despite the fact they finished 3rd in their group, they battled their way through Ecuador in the round of 32. The very difficult draw for Spain continues because of their poor group stage performance. The round of 16 at this World Cup is on. Spain and Mexico. These are brilliant, brilliant teams, the both of them. Alejandro Fidalgo gets the start up front. He is genuinely unbelievable. With Kiko on the right side, who's another absolute world-class player. David Monreal, super athletic midfield player. And Javier, who's got a goal already in this tournament. He's back there. We don't have any Jack Stubbs in the lineup today. Real big miss in the name front. But Markel Velez, such a stud player. I mean, they just got studs all the way through the team. Conrad Asturgo as well is there. But you cannot count out this Mexican team. They are 4th in the world for a reason. Nava's a big target for them to play off of up front. Christian Garcia, he was really good on the field during these matches, and they do have one of the best players in the world, but he's not out there in this match today. They're starting Guadalupe Soria. They are not starting Abdon Mulgoza, who is one of the best players in the world. We expect him to make an appearance off the bench in this match today, but he is not in the starting 11. It's the lack of depth that could be the difference in this match between Spain and Mexico. Get your wagers in on Twitch. We kick off momentarily in the round of 16 at this World Cup. Spain and Portugal finishing 3rd in their groups, but finding a way to the last 16. It's all about matchups. It's all about survive and advance. It's all about being able to beat the player in front of you. Mexico, one of the 2 teams remaining from CONCACAF. The highest a CONCACAF team has ever been ranked at number 4 in the world. And now they've got Spain in the last 16. Perpetually, this is the hurdle for Mexico, is being able to get through this moment. Can they get through this moment now? Who wins, Spain or Mexico?
You should do the commentary in a Mexican accent for this match, Zed.
I don't want to do that. If I did that, it would definitely come off as racist, and I do not have a very good Mexican accent. I think it would be uncomfortable for everybody involved. Mexico and Spain. In a rare instance, I might actually be rooting for Mexico's national team, which typically never happens. But this might just be their time. It's been a promising early start from Spain. They have got hold of the ball here. Just 4 points in the group stages for Spain. But we always knew if they were going to be able to play their way into the knockouts, which they did, it could be dangerous. They have the pedigree. They have the quality. So does Mexico. But this is the real test on the big World Cup stage when all the chips are on the table. Can this Mexican team that's fourth in the world really beat one of the three giants of the game, Spain, France, and Brazil, that have run this sport? Kiko, Monreal. It's Kiko and Monreal. Velez is going to go for this, and it's beaten away by Lugo. Mexico does look a bit along for the ride at the moment. Spain is not nearly this dominant in their previous round match against Ecuador. They needed one goal in the second half to win that 1-0. Spain playing another former colony today. Obviously always adds a little extra mustard and ketchup on top of this. But the first half has concluded 0-0 in the round of 16 at this World Cup between Spain and Mexico. Mexico is starting to play its way in. They've gotten a lot more possession. They've mustered a few chances. And this is a match now as the time wears on that could still be decided by a single moment. More and more likely now. They moved Soria up the wing and brought in Escamilla. We still have not seen the real world-class player for Mexico. Their world best 11 level player. He's not made an appearance. But this Mexican national team has stubbornly kept Spain away from the goal. We've seen this a couple of times at this World Cup. Can Mexico actually pull off the upset here? The cutting edge for Spain, the missing touch from Alejandro Fidalgo has not been there. Flores. Escobedo. Escobedo out to Garcia. He's been dispossessed by Velez. They've got Stubbs out there now. He's found De Valle. Javier. Towards Fidalgo. Lucio! And he went for the gold and he missed. He missed the podium entirely. It wasn't a good hit by Lucio. And you wonder if he might have had more space he could have dribbled into on that play. But the moment it opened up, he tested his luck trying to catch Lugo out of position. Extra time might be calling now, as Mexico has seemingly weathered the storm against Spain. Stoppage time is here. Will there be a highlight before we head to extra time? Yes. It could just be to bring about the end of this match, and it is. Extra time between Spain and Mexico, two top four teams in the world, matched up together, and a set piece for Spain. Javier spinning it towards Lucio. It's controlled by Cruz. And maybe there's a chance for a counter-attack. Not with that ball. Fidalgo comes down with it. Fidalgo! Alejandro Fidalgo for Spain. He roofs it. It took him over 90 minutes. And it's just not a good ball from Cruz. And he's put the defense on an island to deal with the world's best forward, Alejandro Fidalgo, who's finally made his presence felt for Spain. It was a lovely finish. There's nothing Lugo's doing about that. He's left Pizzuto for dead defensively. It's the type of quality you expect from Alejandro Fidalgo. It's a terrible turnover from Cruz. They have been able to give Abdon Malgazzo some playing time here. Mexico needs a goal and they have the ball. Valencia. Morales. Varela. This is lovely football from Mexico. Sanchez. Is this their moment? It's Cruz. Well controlled. He's beat his man. Escobedo. Morales. And it's just so well defended. Belmont gets his body in the way. Spain proving an immovable object defensively once again. It's really the best looking move Mexico's constructed. It was excellent passing, excellent moves by Cruz, trying to make amends for his mistake. The second half of extra time, Mexico needs a goal. Escobedo. One of the favorites for this tournament, Mexico, and one of the favorites for this tournament, Spain, cruelly meeting in the round of 16. And Spain just has to hold on to it now, as Mexico throws everything in the kitchen sink. Melgoza has done super well to get that ball to Cruz. Cruz in for Sanchez, got it back to Cruz, who's shown some lively running. This has to be it for Mexico. Cruz from the end line. Ariza. Escobedo! Hits the post! Morales is there! Morales is there! Morales is there for Mexico! The goal will stand! Escobedo robbed by the post and Morales was waiting. With 4 minutes remaining, Mexico has pushed Spain to the brink. These two top 4 teams cannot be settled in 120 minutes. But what about the 121st? Melgoza. Pizzuto. It's penalties. Remember, there is a bit of a glitch in our mainframe to see so far into the future, so we cannot see the first 2 penalties at all. We will go to the free cam to position ourselves for the third penalty, but look at the bottom to see the score after the first 2 penalties. We will not see them. They just happen. It's part of the glitch as we look forward into the future in the mainframe. Very bespoke from FM26. Mexico and Spain in a penalty shootout for a trip to the quarterfinals. It is 1-1 on penalties. Cruz to take. Cruz has scored. We're looking at the wrong goal. It is 2-1 Mexico in this penalty shootout. Santa Maria for Spain. Santa Maria scores. We got it. And we are now down to the final 3 penalties. Astorgo. The Spanish team's been playing with fire this entire tournament, and now they might just get burned. Mexico won their group. They feel like this is their time. Sanchez scores. What a penalty from Sanchez. The next man up will be coming for Spain. It's Javier. As Lugo strides back in the long line of Memo Ochoa. He is a natural shot-stopping goalkeeper. Javier stepping up quickly. Lugo saves it. He doesn't just save it, he holds it. And Mexico leads the shootout as Morales, the hero. The man whose name was screamed from here to Mexico City. He's at the line. He's saved. Astorgo tips it away. And Mexico's lead is gone in a flash. Lucio, the winger. is up next for Spain. Lugo, who's already saved one. Lucio equalizes. We are now in sudden death. The taker will be Valencia for Mexico against Esturgo. The fifth indecisive penalty potentially. Valencia for Mexico. He's on the spot and he scores. Esturgo went the right way and put a scare into Mexican hearts. But it was hit with enough conviction by Valencia. Now Monreal, the world-class midfielder for Spain. One of the players that is in a bedrock of this Spanish national team. Has to score. And he does. He takes it very quickly. Lugo was leading the wrong way. We're in extra penalties now. Mexico's world best 11 player, their number one superstar, the fullback Melgoza, will be taking the sixth penalty against Esturgo. Melgoza scores. What a hit by Melgoza. And for a second time, Spain has to score to live. If they miss, Mexico is through, and it's Teres, the substitute, who will stride up. Lugo has saved one. Teres is here. It's saved by Lugo! Mexico wins! Lugo makes the save! He teleported and he made the save. Sometimes you won't be denied. He's applied the black magic. Then Mexico eliminates Spain in the round of 16. The fourth best team in the world is into the quarterfinal. They've scored with 5 minutes to play. They've won in extra penalties. He literally flew out of the stadium. And now we have Uruguay in Italy. The Uruguayans, who have battled their way to this point. They were not one of the favorites. They survived an absolute barn burner against Uruguay. They fought their way through a group with Tanzania and Qatar, finding a win against the Qataris that was able to separate them. They drew Tanzania at this World Cup. But none of that matters now when you step into the round of 16. Uruguay and Italy. The Italians, on the other hand, have had a rather easy go of it. They squeezed by Chile in the round of 32, and they did win their group to kick things off in this competition. They did win their group over the United States, South Africa, and North Macedonia, of course, drawing the North Macedonians, the only team they are constitutionally incapable of beating, as we all know. This is not a great Uruguayan team, but they do have a great veteran striker in Tomas Castro. They have Axel Silva pulling the strings from the midfield, and they have a dream. Mauro Alegre spearheads a defense that is not very good. Two 17-year-old central defenders with Alegre and Alvarez. They're going to have to figure out how to stop a very good Italian team who's got the superstar Maurizio Zagaglione and a very good goalkeeper in Fabio Mule to try and figure out. This is the moment that these two teams have been waiting nearly a week for. Uruguay and Italy. Uruguay wouldn't have been one of the favorites. They were not great in qualifying. They've not won a World Cup in nearly 200 years. But they are in the last 16. The Italians have won but one World Cup in the last 100 years. And they could be looking at a ticket into the quarterfinal. Italy is certainly the favorite, but by how much? Can Uruguay roll the clock back 200 years and launch a deep World Cup run? The handshakes are very bespoke. And it's time to head back to our broadcast view. Gentili up to Zagaglione as the Italians are in white with green shorts for some ungodly reason. Uruguay in their baby blues. Couple of good forwards for certain in this match. Will they be the ones that are able to make the difference? Uruguay has not shown overwhelming quality, but they have shown a dogged determination. They survived that match with Angola while getting outplayed most of the time. They've drawn Tanzania again at this tournament. But if you do enough to keep advancing, that's been the Uruguayan way. And the Italians have certainly not looked overly impressive. You get the feeling they haven't been able to separate from the teams they've played, but they've been very difficult to score against. And use that to get 7 points from their group. Uruguay, though, is leading the shots and XG right now. And there might be an upset on for the Uruguayans. Didio. Zanotti. Gentili. Didio. Oh, saved by Machado, and it really needed saving. It was a hit and a half there for the Italians. But Machado, he's a very good goalkeeper. He's been at the top of the level for Uruguay. Zagaglione is there! It's a set piece again for Italy. It's what they do. Sorgente to the superstar Zagaglione, who soars above the fray. Italy seems destined for a quarterfinal. Zagaglione. And Uruguay, these are two very good defensive teams. We didn't expect a lot of goals, and once one goes in, it really changes the odds. They're not a big high-scoring team, although they did summon 3 goals from the stratosphere against Angola. Ray, driving. Oh, he found him! Blanco! Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Uruguay's equalized. It's a bad giveaway. It's a driving run from Ray, and Blanco's able to shake his marker. It's as easy a goal as he'll score in his whole career. And it's in the last 16 of the World Cup to put Uruguay in prime position. 1-1 to the second half, Zagaglione and Blanco. And now it's Silva, the star midfielder for Uruguay, who's got a bit of an injury. He's playing through it at the moment. Azevedo. Silva still. Alvarez. Delgado! It was speculative. It was certainly speculative from Delgado. We've got Mexico, the only team booked into the quarterfinal, having eliminated Spain. One of the big 3 in this universe has gone down. France and Brazil are still standing. Gentili, Zagaglione, Zanotti. They settle with Marini. Oh, it's taken by Hernandez. Uruguay has not been on anybody's list to be a threat in this tournament, but they're on the move. Hernandez rolls it. Castro, no. Silva, yes! He's limping around the field, but when his nation needs him most, he's the first man to the ball. Axel Silva, Uruguay's star midfielder, has scored to put them in front. Uruguay playing another storming match, this time against Italy. And we might see another big traditional name, another former champion fall. One of the teams that has won a World Cup in the past 100 years, Italy, they've won once. They've won, obviously, multiple times in their history. Maris Rolls it. It's Zagaglione. Zagaglione! Not on his watch. Not so fast. What a delivery by Morris, but this is just such decisive central forward play from Zagaglione. It's a great touch, and it's a world-class finish. There's just no way for Machado to get all of that covered in that position. And we are now at 2-2. And what we thought would be a defensive struggle has turned into a big fireworks show. Down the wing, and guess who? It's Zagaglione again, trying to drag his nation. Zagaglione. An impossible angle. Machado is there, able to lasso that attempt. Machado's going deep towards Hernandez, and that's it for that highlight. How long can Axel Silva go if this goes to extra time? He's still limping around. He thought he might have scored the goal that made all the difference. Zagaglione has been the one guy for Italy to make that difference. Acevedo will settle things down with Alvarez. Delgado. Haas. Allegri. Delgado. Castro. Castro's got Hernandez. What a ball! Cow, it's Hernandez! Lucas Hernandez might have won it for Uruguay. What a ball by Castro! What a settling touch by Lucas Hernandez. It was inch perfect. And the Italians have been undone 3 times. Uruguay is one of the most high-flying countries in the world now. Does Zagaglione have a third goal? He needs it. Italy needs it. The Italians in the last 16 are in danger of going out to Uruguay. They have 6 minutes of stoppage time remaining to create a highlight, or this is over. Uruguay 3, Italy 2. Machado bombs it away. Headed down, and it is miscontrolled by Rigoli. Melli's got his man on a string here. He brings it back, Melli. He's wiggling. Melli shoots, and Moulet will secure it. But it's going the wrong direction for Italy. Allegri wins the header. Uruguay battling their way all the way to the end. They are not one of the teams that anybody looked at as having a chance at this World Cup, but they've just knocked out Italy. Uruguay to the quarterfinals with a victory over the Italians. Spain and Italy have been eliminated in the round of 16. Back at the studio, absolutely incredible scenes here. Really remarkable scenes. We've got Uruguay and Mexico that are headed to the next round, and we believe that will be a match in the quarterfinal at the World Cup. It'll be Mexico and Uruguay. Each one of these days is deciding one of the matches at the World Cup. And, it's Mali and Brazil, Argentina, Morocco, USA, Romania, England, Portugal. You get a little US-England match going. Switzerland, Belgium, and France, Estonia. It's a tremendous set of matches here that we're all very, very excited about going forward in this World Cup. That's for darn sure. What an opening day of this round of 16 with the penalty shootout. Mexico win after scoring in the last 5 minutes. Uruguay and Italy. Zagaglione providing an absolute treat, trying to carry his country, but Uruguay was just too good on the day. They were just too good on the day. We'll be right back after this break on the Zealand Sports Network. Did you know, chat, that you can find F1 exclusively on Apple TV in the United States with all of your in-depth coverage? Literally everything you could possibly want. They probably got Lando Norris chewing sunflower seeds behind the scenes, using the porta potty in the garage, like every single piece behind the scenes, chat, on Apple TV exclusively. Tell me more. I got you, Zephyr. on every single device. Apple TV is available on every single device. You get your smart fridge, your smart toaster, assuming that those things are possible, your phone, your laptop, your TV. If you're driving a Tesla, maybe even the little thing in the middle of your car, anywhere you can get that Apple TV app, you will have access to all of the F1 season, which, in case you didn't know, starts this weekend. Thank you to Apple TV for sponsoring Zealand Sports Network to let you guys know that F1 is going to be on Apple TV the entire season. And the great news is, if it is in a place like Australia, and I live in a place like the United States, and so everything's happening in the middle of the night, I can watch it on a tape delay. That's what on demand means. I can go in and tune in, check out everything right at the tip of my fingers. I don't even have to get out of bed. I just pull up my phone, pop in. See how Lando Norris is doing. See if he actually made it to that porta potty. It's very important. That's crazy. I know, Gadget. Isn't it? You can feel my wallet opening right now. That's what I'm taking. Yeah. Does it make food as well while I watch? Unfortunately, no. I'm sure they're working on it. They're not. But they do have everything F1. Yeah, they do have everything F1. What a deal. Exactly. So if you're in, what were we talking about earlier? To vrooms per second. How many vrooms per second does Cadillac have? How many vrooms per second does Audi have? Because they're the new teams. The people want to know. Do they have the prerequisite vrooms per second? Well, you'll be able to find out on Apple TV because they're the exclusive home of F1. That's what you got. That's what you got. At least 4 vrooms per second. More important to me is who is the worst team. I think that's more important than who's the best team. I discovered in my viewing, I don't know if this is just me. I've discovered in my viewing of Drive to Survive that I am way more intrigued by the worst teams in F1 than the best teams. So I want to lock in on who the worst teams are. I want to see, and then you follow those drivers and they become your favorite. Joe was my favorite driver for a long time, not because he was the best driver. He was fun. I liked him. I want to see if somebody can give me a better explanation today as to why is Aston Martin so cooked? Like, everybody's saying that, but Haas isn't good. Haas is never good, right? Audi and Cadillac are new teams. There's no way they're going to be that good. Like, why is, other than the car is not ready. Their engine can't finish a race. Their engine vibrates their car to bits. It vibrates the car to the point that it breaks parts of the car. They can't drive more than 20 laps without suffering nerve damage. They physically can't complete a race. Bro, how is that possible? Anyways, you're interacting with a commercial on Zealand Sports Network. Right now, I got to lock back in. If you want to see if Aston Martin's drivers are able to complete a race, if you want to see who's got a tractor and who's got a rocket ship, all of that action is on Apple TV exclusively starting this weekend. And I will be there. And if you are not awake for it, it's on demand. That's beautiful. I just love the phrase tractor. We were talking about that the last commercial break we had on the Zealand Sports Network. I love the phrase tractor so much. They literally said they won't finish the race. You can see if they do. Where, chat? Where can you see if they do? Apple TV. On Apple TV. Who's doing a great job of consolidating all sports in one place for us. I already had Apple TV because of MLS, but now they got F1 going too. Comunicato oficial. Vamos a la playa. Yeah, well, the commercial on Zealand Sports Network got distracted. We're back in studio. We got USA, Romania, England, Portugal. We got Mali, Brazil, Argentina, Morocco. And we got Switzerland, Belgium, and France, Estonia. Those are the matches left in the round of 16. But chat, I have some truly horrific news. You might be able to hear it, but I am losing my voice. If I continue, I will lose it. And we won't be able to do anything else. Did I underestimate the stream length? Yes, we had not done a 48-team World Cup in a long time, and I should not have watched all of the final group stage matches. I had a lot of fun doing it, but I wouldn't have done so. But here, I have good news. I have good news, chat. I have good news. Because you know what's happening on Tuesday next week, and you know why I kind of need to save my voice? You know what's happening on Tuesday next week? Of course you don't. We're doing a 24-hour stream on Tuesday next week. So you know what's going to be part of that 24-hour stream? Finishing the World Cup. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What about the voting underway? The mods will be able to refund it. The mods will be able to refund it, PTT. Do not worry. We have a 24-hour stream next week. If you guys remember, we raised $20,000 for War Child as part of Jingle Jam. There are 3 things that I owe you out of that. One is a 24-hour stream. The other is a 100-hour stream week. And the third is an OnlyFans. I promise there is a plan with the OnlyFans account that will be really funny. The 24-hour stream is this Tuesday. It will not just be this. We're going to be doing a lot of different things, right? But we will finish the World Cup as part of the 24-hour stream, and I hope you guys are able to join us. But if I blow out my voice before we get to the 24-hour stream, then it won't be good. We've finished the vast majority of matches that are in this tournament. Now we're down to the real nitty-gritty, the real good stuff. Mexico and Uruguay are already in the quarterfinal. These next 6 quarterfinalists are yet to be decided. Start time is normal start time on Tuesday. We're just going to keep going. We're just going to keep going, dude. We're just going to keep going. More details to come about the 24-hour stream over the weekend and on Monday. I'll post some announcements in the Discord on the Instagram. I'm going to rest my voice up over this weekend. I hope your team wins. Thank you guys for all the support. Tensei, thank you for the 9 months. I love you guys. Fist bump. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you for hanging out with me. These tournaments are so fun. I love doing this so much. And thank you guys for enjoying the ad as well. That's the sort of thing that allows the editors to come out of the basement and allows us to come up with really exciting plans for the future. And I know a lot of you guys like F1 anyways, so be sure to check out Apple TV to get all of your F1 stuff. Try not to drown before Tuesday. I'm going to do my best. Goodbye, YouTube. You guys are great. Thanks for hanging out and putting up with the thumbnail thing. I hope you guys have a great weekend too. I hope everybody has a great weekend. Love you guys again. Fist bump. I'll see you later. Oh, I shouldn't yell. Oh. Up the Estonia, baby. Estonia's still in. Estonia for the win.